Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
I've always felt at home in the wilderness. Some people find comfort in busy cities or surrounded by others, but for me, the peace comes only when I'm miles away from civilization, lost among the tall trees and silent lakes. I've spent countless weekends camping alone, never once feeling unsafe. But after what happened last month, I'll never see the forest the same way again. I chose that weekend in late September for a reason. The days were warm, but the nights were just beginning to chill, and the leaves had started to show hints of orange and gold. It was perfect camping weather. I'd spent weeks researching secluded areas in the Allegheny National Forest, trying to find a place where I wouldn't see another soul for miles. Finally, I stumbled on a location deep inside the northern boundary of the park, well away from any trails or popular campsites. It was exactly what I was looking for. Packing carefully, I filled my backpack with everything I'd need for 3 days alone. I had food, water, my trusty knife, a small first aid kit, and a good tent. Before leaving, I checked and rechecked my gear, making sure everything was in place. The last thing I packed was my favorite flashlight, one powerful enough to light up the darkest corners of the forest. The drive up was uneventful, a 2-hour journey that turned into 3 when the roads narrowed into dirt tracks, winding up into remote hills. Eventually, I parked at a secluded pull-off, far from the main roads. After shouldering my pack and double-checking my GPS coordinates, I began the long hike into the heart of the forest. The silence was immediate and comforting. Trees towered over me, forming a canopy that filtered sunlight into scattered patches on the forest floor. The air smelled fresh, heavy with the earthy aroma of fallen leaves. It felt good to be alone. It took about 4 hours to reach the spot I'd marked on my map. It was nestled in a clearing near a shallow stream surrounded by dense clusters of trees. After pitching my tent, I gathered some wood for a campfire, working steadily until dusk started to fall. As the sky darkened, I built a fire and sat close to it, eating a simple dinner of dried jerky and granola bars. The fire crackled softly, sending sparks drifting upward, mingling with stars beginning to twinkle in the darkening sky. It was peaceful, perfect even, the exact solitude I'd sought. At first I didn't notice the noise. It was subtle, like the rustling of leaves or the creaking of branches, typical sounds of the forest at night. But soon it became clearer, more persistent of voice, faint but distinctly human. "Help me, please," it called softly from somewhere in the darkness. I sat up straight, immediately alert. I strained to hear, convinced I was mistaken. There shouldn't be anyone else out here, not for miles. I listened again, barely breathing. "Please help," it came again, clearer now, the voice filled with desperation. Quickly, I grabbed my flashlight and stood up, my heart pounding in my chest. The voice sounded like a woman's, frightened and pleading. My first instinct was that someone was lost or injured, possibly another hiker who'd strayed far off course. Without a second thought, I called back loudly, "Hold on, I'm coming, where are you?" There was a brief silence before the voice answered, "I'm here, over here." I moved towards the sound, stepping carefully away from the warmth and safety of my fire. With each step into the darkness, my flashlight beam cutting through the trees, I expected to see a figure emerge, someone injured or scared. But the woods remained empty, eerily silent, except for the soft crackling of leaves beneath my boots. "Where are you?" I called again, my voice echoing through the trees. "Over here," the voice repeated, but this time it sounded further away. "Please hurry." A chill ran through my body as I pushed forward faster, scrambling over roots and branches, desperate to find the source. My flashlight beam danced wildly in front of me, illuminating nothing but endless rows of trees. I ran several hundred yards before stopping to listen again. Silence filled the air. "Hello?" I shouted. "Are you there?" For a long moment, there was no reply, only the whisper of leaves shifting in a faint breeze. Then suddenly, from deeper within the darkness, came the same voice again, softer now but unmistakably clear. "You're almost here, please help." Confusion mixed with anxiety as I moved forward, deeper into the forest than I'd ever intended. I glanced behind me, realizing with a sinking feeling that I could no longer see the glow of my campfire. My heart rate accelerated. I'd been trained to keep track of landmarks, but I'd been so focused on the voice that I'd forgotten basic safety. My camp, my gear, my GPS, all of it was behind me now, lost somewhere in the darkness. Frustrated and anxious, I shouted again, "Where are you? I can't see you." No immediate response came this time. Instead, silence returned with a suffocating intensity. Panic tightened my throat as I spun in a circle, shining my flashlight frantically in all directions. Trees loomed all around, identical in every direction. I realized, with terrifying clarity, that I'd lost my bearings completely. "Hello?" I called again, voice shaking slightly now. "Say something." Finally, from somewhere deeper still, the voice responded, no longer pleading but calm, almost soothing. "Come closer," it beckoned gently. "Just a bit further." Something felt very wrong now. The desperation in the voice was gone, replaced by something else, an eerie calmness that made my stomach twist in fear. A cold sweat broke out across my forehead as I tried to retrace my steps, but each direction looked exactly the same, thick trees blocking any recognizable path. I stood still, breathing rapidly, trying desperately to orient myself. The voice spoke again, quieter, almost a whisper. "Don't stop now. You're nearly here." In that moment, a realization slammed into me. I'd never actually gotten closer to the voice. It had always remained just out of reach, pulling me deeper into the darkness. Each step I'd taken had drawn me further away from safety, away from my camp, and into the most isolated parts of the forest. My heart raced with terror as I shone the flashlight around me once more. The trees here grew impossibly close together, their branches interlocking high above, blocking out even the faintest hint of moonlight. I was utterly trapped. "Who are you?" I shouted desperately, my voice echoing off the dense walls of trees surrounding me. This time the voice didn't answer immediately. Instead, silence stretched painfully long before the quiet reply finally came, this time colder, more certain than before. "You already know," it whispered. "You've always known." The flashlight trembled in my hands as panic surged, my body rooted to the spot. The voice no longer sounded human, its tone now chillingly familiar yet impossible to place. My mind raced with fear, realization crashing down around me. I wasn't just lost, I had been carefully led here, drawn intentionally into the heart of this suffocating wilderness. And now, deep within the shadows of the trees, whatever had called to me was waiting. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps as I stood frozen, gripping the flashlight tightly with sweat-soaked hands. The voice had stopped, leaving me suspended in a terrifying silence. I strained to hear something, anything, but the forest had gone unnaturally quiet, not a rustle of leaves, not the creak of branches. It was as if the entire wilderness was holding its breath alongside me. I swung my flashlight in every direction, desperate to regain my bearings. Each beam of light illuminated only identical trunks of massive trees, their bark rough and gnarled, their branches twisting into shapes that seemed oddly menacing in the darkness. I was completely disoriented, with no way of telling which direction I'd come from, or how far I'd wandered from my camp. A surge of panic washed over me as I realized my backpack, my food, water, and GPS was all left behind. In my haste, I'd abandoned the safety rules that had always guided my wilderness excursions. Now, I was paying the price for my carelessness. "Think," I whispered to myself, attempting to steady my nerves. "Just calm down. Retrace your steps." I tried moving slowly, deliberately, scanning the ground with the flashlight for signs of my earlier path. But the forest floor offered no clues, just layers of fallen leaves and scattered pine needles. Each direction I turned felt identical, every path equally uncertain. A wave of dizziness gripped me as panic threatened to overtake my rational mind. Then, abruptly, the voice returned, whispering softly from the darkness just beyond the beam of my flashlight. "You shouldn't have stopped," it said quietly. Its tone had shifted again, no longer pleading or soothing, but now slightly mocking. "You're not safe here." "Who are you?" I shouted desperately, turning toward the voice, though seeing nothing. "What do you want from me?" My question hung unanswered in the stillness. A moment passed before the voice responded, this time sounding further away, almost playful in its evasiveness. "You're running out of time." Anger briefly replaced my fear. "Enough!" I yelled, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Stop messing with me!" My shout echoed through the trees, eventually fading into silence. There was no reply. Frustrated and increasingly terrified, I moved cautiously in what I hoped was the direction I'd originally come from. Every step felt heavy, my boots sinking slightly into the soft earth beneath me. The flashlight's beam danced wildly, illuminating twisted branches that reached toward me like grasping hands. Minutes dragged on, but I saw nothing familiar. Anxiety pressed tighter around my chest as I realized I was only moving deeper into unfamiliar territory. Each tree looked identical to the last, their shadows merging into endless darkness. My sense of direction was completely gone. Just as hopelessness threatened to overwhelm me, a sudden sharp sound broke the silence, a snapping branch, unmistakably close behind me. I spun around, heart racing, flashlight trembling in my grip. The beam pierced the darkness, revealing nothing but empty forest. Yet the feeling of being watched intensified, my instincts screaming that I wasn't alone. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice weak and trembling despite my effort to sound authoritative. There was no response. Instead, a sudden gust of wind whispered through the trees, rustling the branches like dry laughter. The sound sent chills down my spine. I backed away instinctively, stumbling slightly on the uneven ground. My breath came rapidly, and my pulse thundered in my ears. "Please," I whispered into the darkness, desperate now, my bravado shattered. "Let me go. I just want to leave." Again silence answered me. The wind subsided as quickly as it had begun, leaving only suffocating quiet. My mind raced with possibilities. Had someone been following me, playing a twisted game? Or had I stumbled onto something I wasn't supposed to see? Gathering what remained of my courage, I started moving again, picking a random direction. I had no plan other than to escape the oppressive atmosphere that pressed down upon me. My legs felt heavy, exhaustion creeping into my muscles, but adrenaline kept me moving. After several minutes, I noticed the trees thinning slightly ahead. Hope surged through me. Perhaps I'd found a clearing, a recognizable landmark, or even better, my own campsite. I quickened my pace, stumbling forward eagerly. The flashlight revealed the edge of a small clearing, its grassy surface illuminated faintly by moonlight filtering through thin clouds overhead. Stepping into the open space, I immediately felt exposed. The clearing was unnaturally quiet, and the grass beneath my feet was brittle, crunching loudly with every step. My flashlight beam caught something reflective at the far end, something metallic glinting in the shadows. Cautiously I moved closer, heart pounding louder with every step. As I drew nearer, the object revealed itself clearly, a rusted old lantern hanging from a bent metal pole, swaying gently as if recently disturbed. Beneath it was a wooden bench, weathered and rotted, clearly abandoned long ago. I glanced around quickly, my pulse racing. This was no natural clearing. Someone had once used this space, perhaps many years ago. The realization made my blood run cold. How long had this place been here, hidden deep within the forest? And who had used it? I swung my flashlight around again, illuminating the rest of the clearing. At the far end, barely visible through the trees, stood an old, dilapidated structure, a small cabin, its wooden walls blackened by age and decay. I hesitated, frozen in place by conflicting emotions. Instinct screamed at me to turn around, to run back into the forest, away from whatever waited inside. But the rational part of me argued differently. A structure meant shelter, maybe even a map, supplies, or some clue that could lead me back to safety. Taking a shaky breath, I approached the cabin carefully. Each step was deliberate, slow, the flashlight beam steadying as my resolve hardened. Reaching the porch, I tested the wood carefully. It creaked under my weight, but held firm. The door hung loosely from rusted hinges, slightly ajar, revealing nothing but darkness within. Swallowing hard, I pushed the door open wider, shining the flashlight inside. The beam illuminated a dusty, bare interior. An ancient bed frame stood in the corner, springs rusted and broken. Beside it, a wooden table leaned precariously, scattered with yellowed papers and empty bottles. But it was the far wall that caught my attention. A large, crudely drawn map pinned against splintered wood, faded but clearly depicting surrounding landmarks, trails, and even my current location. Relief surged through me momentarily. Maybe I'd found a way out. Maybe this nightmare could finally end. I stepped closer, studying the map intently, memorizing paths, trails, and markers. And then I heard it. The door behind me creaked slowly shut, sealing me inside the darkness. My flashlight flickered once, twice, then went out completely, plunging me into absolute blackness. Panic surged through my chest as I fumbled desperately with the flashlight, slapping it against my palm in frustration. It remained dead, leaving me blind and trapped. From somewhere in the darkness of the cabin, the voice spoke once more, now close, impossibly close, whispering gently, "Welcome home." My entire body went cold at the sound of those whispered words. I froze completely, heart thundering in my ears, trapped in absolute darkness. My hands trembled violently as I continued to frantically tap the flashlight, desperate to bring it back to life. Nothing happened. The blackness pressed in around me, a thick, suffocating weight, and for a moment, I felt like I couldn't breathe. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice cracking with panic. I hated how vulnerable I sounded, how utterly helpless. "Please, just let me go." There was no answer, only the faint creaking of the old cabin around me, wood settling as if alive and responding to my fear. I stretched out my arms, moving carefully in the direction I remembered the door to be, my steps cautious and slow. The silence felt oppressive, waiting, as if the cabin itself was holding its breath. Reaching the door, I grasped the handle firmly, pulling it with all my strength, but it refused to budge. It wasn't just closed, it felt locked or stuck. My panic intensified as I tugged desperately, rattling the door in its frame. "Open!" I shouted, feeling hysteria rising in my chest. "Come on, open!" Nothing. The door remained solidly shut, mocking my attempts to escape. I slammed my fists against the wood, frustration and terror combining into a raw animalistic rage. Each strike echoed through the empty cabin, filling my ears until my hands ached. Eventually, exhausted and trembling, I slumped against the door, breathing raggedly. Tears of frustration burned my eyes, mixing with the sweat and dirt streaking my face. What had I gotten myself into? How had a simple camping trip turned into a nightmare so quickly? The silence inside the cabin stretched endlessly, Minutes passed like hours. Slowly, as my breathing steadied, I forced myself to think rationally. There had to be another way out. Old cabins usually had windows, exit something. I just needed to stay calm and find it. Standing carefully, I felt my way along the wall, fingers tracing splintered wood, searching for anything, a window frame, another door, even a weak spot in the rotting walls. My eyes strained against the darkness, desperate for even the faintest hint of light. My hand brushed against something rough and textured, and I paused, feeling carefully. It was the old map I'd seen moments earlier, still pinned tightly to the wall. My thoughts raced. If the map was accurate, maybe I could memorize enough of it to find my way back once I got outside. As I ran my fingers along the surface, I realized it was torn at the bottom corner, a piece missing. Something else was pinned beneath it, a scrap of paper, brittle and faded. Carefully, I peeled the paper free, holding it tightly in my shaking hands. Unable to see it clearly, I felt the edges, my fingertips tracing deep, deliberate grooves in the paper. It felt like handwriting. Without light, it was impossible to decipher, but I carefully folded it into my pocket, determined to examine it once I escaped. As I continued along the wall, my fingertips finally brushed over the splintered edges of a window frame. Relief flooded through me, only to quickly fade as I realized the window was boarded tightly from the outside. Nails jutted inward, sharp and rusted, barring any hope of escape. My frustration bubbled up again. This wasn't accidental. Someone had deliberately sealed the cabin. Was it to keep others out, or something inside? I didn't want to think about either possibility. Suddenly, a faint rustling sound came from somewhere deeper inside the cabin. My breath caught sharply as I turned toward the noise, every muscle tense. It sounded like movement, cautious footsteps, shifting gently across the creaking floorboards. Someone else was inside with me. "Who's there?" I demanded sharply, trying to sound braver than I felt. "Show yourself." Silence fell instantly. The movement ceased, replaced once again by the oppressive quiet. My pulse hammered painfully in my chest. Was I losing my mind? Was my fear making me imagine things, or was I genuinely not alone in this cabin? Then softly, the voice spoke again from the darkness, closer now, clearer, almost tangible. "You've been away for too long," it whispered calmly, almost reassuringly, "but now you're back where you belong." My skin prickled with cold dread. "Stop," I snapped, my voice echoing painfully. "This isn't my home. I don't belong here." "Oh, but you do," the voice murmured gently, filled with certainty. "This is exactly where you belong, with me." I shook my head frantically in the darkness, a futile gesture. "Who are you?" I whispered weakly, terror stealing the strength from my voice. The silence stretched again, long and agonizing, until the voice finally replied quietly, almost sadly, "Don't you remember?" Something in those words stirred a deep, buried fear within me. A sense of familiarity tugged at the edge of my mind, elusive and troubling. I racked my brain, trying desperately to recall why this voice, this place, seemed so hauntingly familiar. Had I been here before? Was it possible that I'd suppressed some memory, something so frightening or traumatic that I'd blocked it entirely? The rustling returned, growing louder, moving closer now, directly ahead of me. Panic surged anew as I stumbled backward, heart racing uncontrollably. My heel caught on something unseen, and I crashed heavily to the floor, pain shooting through my elbow and shoulder. As I lay there, dazed and disoriented, the presence drew nearer. I could feel it, a coldness emanating through the darkness, slowly encircling me, pressing in from every side. "Please," I begged helplessly, eyes wide with fear, even though I saw nothing. "Just leave me alone." "That's impossible," the voice replied softly, almost regretfully. "You've returned. Now you must stay." The temperature inside the cabin seemed to plummet suddenly, my breath coming out in misty clouds. Shivering violently, I curled into myself, unable to move or speak. The floor beneath me felt icy, as though the very earth had turned against me. My eyes strained against the darkness, desperate for even a hint of movement or shape, but nothing appeared. I don't know how long I lay there, paralyzed by fear and cold. Minutes, hours, I lost all sense of time. Gradually, exhaustion claimed me, pulling me into a restless, dream-filled sleep. Visions filled my mind, fragments of memories and dreams merging into a chaotic tapestry. Trees closing in around me, shadowy figures whispering unintelligible words, and always, always, that familiar voice, gently urging me deeper into darkness. When I awoke with a start, my body aching and cold, faint daylight seeped through gaps in the boarded window. The cabin appeared empty, quiet. Slowly, painfully, I pulled myself up from the floor, every muscle stiff and protesting. In the faint morning light, I could finally see clearly. The cabin was filthy and decaying, furniture broken, mold covering the walls. But my attention returned immediately to the paper I'd tucked away earlier. My hands trembled as I retrieved it from my pocket, unfolding it carefully. In faded handwriting, scrawled shakily across the page, I read the words that stole the breath from my lungs. "You can't leave. You never could. None of us can." My heart sank, dread washing over me in waves. Whatever had brought me here, whatever that voice truly was, it wasn't finished with me. This cabin, this forest, held secrets darker than I'd ever imagined. And now, with chilling certainty, I realized escape might not just be difficult, it might be impossible. Sunlight crept slowly into the cabin, filtering through cracks between weathered boards and casting dim patterns on the warped wooden floor. Even in daylight, the small room felt oppressive and bleak. The paper trembled in my fingers, the handwritten words etched into my memory, repeating endlessly in my head. "You can't leave. You never could. None of us can." I forced myself upright, every movement sluggish and painful, muscles protesting after the cold night spent curled up on the unforgiving floor. My clothes were damp and dirty, clinging to my skin uncomfortably. I rubbed my stiff neck, trying to shake the persistent sense of dread. Daylight should have offered reassurance, but it only highlighted the decaying walls, splintered furniture, and boarded windows a prison rather than a refuge. Forcing myself to think clearly, I scanned the room again, desperate to find something I might have missed in the dark. The faded map still hung limply on the far wall, its edges curling and cracked. The landmarks and trails it depicted seemed genuine, at least as far as I could tell. If I could just orient myself, perhaps I could find my way back to my campsite and escape this nightmare. Stepping cautiously to the map, I studied it carefully in the dim daylight. Markings showed old trails, rivers, and topographical lines of elevation. At the center, a small circle indicated what had to be the cabin I was currently trapped in. From here, a faint line ran northwest, leading eventually to a broader path that appeared to loop back toward the area I'd originally camped. Hope stirred briefly. If I could somehow escape this cabin and keep moving northwest, I had a chance. I committed the direction and markers to memory, feeling determination replace fear. I couldn't let myself believe the ominous message scribbled on that old note. I had to believe there was a way out. With newfound resolve, I approached the boarded window again, examining it carefully in the daylight. Thick planks of wood were nailed securely across the frame, but years of exposure had weakened the structure. I tugged experimentally on one of the boards, feeling a slight give. Encouraged, I searched the cabin for something to pry with. In a corner near the broken bed frame, I discovered a rusty fireplace poker half hidden beneath scattered debris. Taking a deep breath, I wedged the poker beneath the weakest plank, leveraging my weight against it. Wood creaked and groaned in protest, splinters flying as I strained against the nails holding it in place. Sweat poured down my forehead as adrenaline and desperation fueled my efforts. Finally, after several exhausting attempts, the plank broke free, clattering loudly to the floor. Fresh air rushed into the cabin, carrying the familiar earthy scent of the forest. Relief surged through me as I breathed deeply. Without hesitation, I attacked the remaining boards, using every ounce of strength left in my body. One by one, they gave way until the window was clear enough to climb through. I paused for just a moment, gathering myself before pulling myself up and squeezing through the narrow opening. Dropping onto the soft, moss-covered ground outside felt like stepping into freedom itself. I stumbled forward, lungs filling gratefully with cool morning air. The forest around me seemed quiet and serene in the daylight, offering no hint of last night's terror. Quickly, I oriented myself, remembering the direction from the map northwest. Ignoring the hunger and fatigue gnawing at me, I began walking briskly, eager to put as much distance as possible between myself and the cabin. Every step felt like a small victory, a defiance against whatever had imprisoned me. But as I moved deeper into the woods, I felt an unsettling awareness that I was still being watched. I glanced behind me frequently, half expecting to see something following, but nothing appeared. Still, I couldn't shake the paranoia. The trees felt thicker, the shadows denser than before. The forest, usually a comforting presence, now seemed hostile, its silent trees conspiring to block my escape. As I pushed forward, the terrain grew difficult, covered in thick underbrush and tangled roots that grabbed at my boots, slowing my progress. Hours passed without sight of familiar landmarks or trails. The hopeful confidence I'd felt upon escaping the cabin slowly eroded, replaced once again by creeping dread. Pausing to catch my breath near a small stream, I knelt and cupped water into my parched mouth, the coolness soothing my raw throat. As I stood, preparing to continue onward, a soft rustling from nearby foliage caught my attention. My body tensed instinctively. "Hello," I called hesitantly, unsure if I wanted an answer. No reply came, only silence. I peered into the underbrush, heart pounding, but saw nothing unusual. Just as I began to dismiss it as paranoia, the rustling resumed, closer now, deliberate and cautious. My pulse spiked, adrenaline flooding my system. "Who's there?" I demanded more forcefully, taking a cautious step back. Then, slowly emerging from between two dense shrubs, stepped a figure thin, pale, and disheveled, his clothing torn and filthy. The man regarded me with wide, haunted eyes. My first thought was that he, too, was lost, another victim of whatever haunted this forest. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously, my voice barely steady. He studied me warily before speaking, his voice rough and barely above a whisper. "You shouldn't be here. It won't let you leave." I stared at him, chills racing down my spine. "What won't let me leave?" He shook his head slowly, eyes darting around nervously. "I tried. God knows I tried. It keeps bringing me back." "How long have you been out here?" I asked, horrified by his appearance. His gaze grew distant, unfocused. "Weeks, months, I don't know anymore. Time doesn't matter here." Frustration bubbled up inside me, mixing with renewed fear. "Listen, I found a map. We can leave together. I know the way." His expression softened sadly. "I've seen your map, too. It doesn't work. Nothing works here. It won't let us go." "What is it?" I demanded, desperate for answers. "Who's doing this?" His eyes narrowed, his voice suddenly cold and distant. "The forest. It's alive. It knows us, remembers us. Once it takes you, it never lets go." "No," I insisted, shaking my head vigorously. "There has to be a way out. I won't accept that." He stepped back slowly, melting into the shadows. "I thought so too. But look at me. Do I look free to you?" Before I could respond, he vanished silently into the trees, leaving me alone once more. The hope drained from my body like water through sand. My resolve faltered, doubt gnawing at my courage. I pressed onward anyway, desperate to defy his words, but as evening approached, the forest darkened ominously. I soon realized with bitter dread that I'd returned impossibly to the same clearing where the cabin stood. My heart sank as I saw it waiting, patient, mocking my attempts at escape. The door was open wide, an invitation or a threat. A whisper brushed against my ears, carried by the wind. "You can't leave. You never could." Standing there, Trembling at the edge of the clearing, I finally understood the full weight of those words. Whatever controlled this place, whatever darkness inhabited these woods, it had me exactly where it wanted me. And now, as the shadows lengthened and the cabin beckoned silently, I knew escape was slipping further from my grasp. I stood at the edge of the clearing, my body trembling from exhaustion and fear, staring helplessly at the open door of the cabin. Twilight settled around me, a bluish hue creeping through the dense forest. The darkening sky cast strange, shifting shadows on the ground, making everything appear distorted, unreal. I wanted to believe it was just a nightmare, that I'd wake up any moment safely inside my tent, far from this twisted place. But every aching muscle and shallow breath told me otherwise. This was painfully real. As darkness deepened, I weighed my options. My desperate attempt to leave had only brought me back here, as if the forest itself had twisted and turned to trap me. The haunted, broken man I'd encountered had been right. There was something about this place that refused to let go. It was alive, malevolent, and now it had me firmly in its grip. With no shelter, no supplies, and the temperature dropping rapidly, I knew I couldn't survive a night in the open woods. Reluctantly, I moved closer to the cabin, each step sending waves of dread through me. My boots crunched softly on brittle grass and dead leaves. The open door yawned wide, a dark, unwelcoming void. I hesitated at the threshold, peering inside cautiously. Nothing had changed since I'd left earlier that morning. The broken furniture, peeling walls, and lingering scent of decay remained untouched. But now the place seemed to breathe softly, each creak and groan of old wood sounding like a whisper of anticipation. I took a hesitant step inside, heart pounding painfully, and the temperature seemed to drop further, a chill settling deep into my bones. The map still hung limply from the far wall. I walked toward it again, desperation fueling a stubborn hope. Perhaps I'd missed something vital, some clue that could lead me safely out. I studied it carefully, tracing paths, rivers, and landmarks again. Yet this time something about it felt different. The lines and trails seemed slightly shifted, subtly changed. Confused, I leaned closer, squinting at the faded ink. As I stared, the map began to blur slightly, lines shifting before my eyes, rearranging themselves silently and impossibly. I stepped back in shock, blinking rapidly, certain I was hallucinating from exhaustion and fear. When I looked again, the map had settled into a completely new layout, paths looping endlessly, forming strange symbols and impossible circles. Panic clawed at my chest as I realized the horrifying truth. The map wasn't meant to guide, it was meant to deceive, to trap. I tore it from the wall angrily, crumpling it in my hands and throwing it to the floor. Tears of frustration and fear filled my eyes. The cabin seemed to laugh quietly around me, creaking with satisfaction at my helplessness. Suddenly, from just beyond the doorway, came a faint rustling noise. My entire body went rigid with fear. Had the man I'd encountered earlier returned? Was someone else here now, another lost soul drawn to this cursed place? "Hello?" I called cautiously, my voice thin and wavering. Silence answered me. I strained to listen, pulse hammering in my ears. Again the rustling came, louder this time, followed by the soft crunching of footsteps outside. Instinctively, I backed deeper into the shadows of the cabin, holding my breath, eyes locked on the doorway. Then, slowly, a figure appeared in the fading twilight, stepping carefully into view. My breath caught sharply. It was the same man I'd encountered earlier, his thin frame and haunted eyes unmistakable. But this time he seemed calmer, his expression oddly resigned rather than frightened. "You came back," he said softly, stepping just inside the doorway, gazing around the cabin as if seeing an old friend. "They always come back." I stared at him warily, unsure if he was friend or foe. "What is this place?" I demanded, struggling to keep my voice steady. "What's happening here?" He smiled faintly, sadly. "I told you already. This place is alive. It remembers everyone who comes here, and once it knows you, it won't let you leave." "That's impossible," I protested weakly, though my own experiences argued otherwise. "There has to be a way out. We can't just be trapped here." The man shook his head slowly, stepping further into the room. His gaze moved thoughtfully over the decayed furniture, finally settling on the crumpled map I discarded. "I tried everything, running, fighting, even burning this place down. But every time it brought me back. It wants us here, trapped." Desperation tightened my throat. "Why us? Why me?" His eyes met mine with chilling certainty. "Because it chose you. Just like it chose me. Just like it chose everyone before us. We're part of it now." My blood ran cold at his words. I refused to accept that fate. Determined to fight, I pushed past him, rushing back outside into the deepening darkness. I would run again this time, faster, smarter, determined to defy whatever dark force held me prisoner. But as I burst into the clearing, my heart sank instantly. Instead of the familiar dense forest, I faced a wall of impenetrable darkness, trees twisted and interwoven so closely they formed an impassable barrier. I tried moving in another direction, but the result was the same. Thick branches reached out like claws, blocking every escape. Behind me, the man stood calmly in the cabin doorway, watching my futile attempts without emotion. "You see now," he called quietly, "it won't let us go." My legs gave out beneath me, and I sank to my knees in defeat. Around me, the forest whispered mockingly, its branches rustling softly like laughter. This place, whatever it was, had claimed me fully. Fighting seemed hopeless. Slowly, the man approached, crouching beside me. His voice was gentle, resigned. I fought too at first. We all do. But eventually, you accept it. It becomes easier then. I lifted my head, staring into his tired eyes. "How long have you been here?" His expression was distant, thoughtful, long enough to forget who I was before. I barely remember my own name now. Time doesn't exist here, not like out there. Fear surged through me again. But why? He shrugged helplessly. "Maybe it feeds on us, on our fear and desperation. Or maybe it just likes to collect us. Whatever the reason, we're here, and we can't escape." I shook my head stubbornly, fighting the despair that threatened to consume me. There has to be something we haven't tried yet. He smiled faintly, sadly. I admire your hope, but trust me, I've tried it all. The forest around us had gone silent again, heavy with anticipation. Night had fallen completely, darkness swallowing the cabin and the clearing. In the distance, something stirred a low, unsettling rustling, as if countless unseen figures moved quietly through the underbrush. The man's eyes widened slightly, fear returning momentarily before he composed himself. "It's coming again," he whispered nervously. "It always does at night." "What's coming?" I asked urgently, my pulse quickening again. He didn't answer immediately, his eyes darting nervous through the shadows. Finally he spoke, his voice tight with dread. "Whatever it is, it's hungry tonight, and it knows you're here." The rustling grew louder, closer, a terrifying sound surrounding the clearing. My body went cold, paralyzed by fear. In the darkness beyond the trees, something moved slowly, deliberately, watching us both, waiting patiently. The man stood quickly, his voice urgent now. "Inside, hurry." He pulled me toward the cabin, closing and bolting the door behind us as the sounds outside grew louder. The cabin trembled slightly, as if the forest itself reached out to grasp us. Huddled together in darkness, I finally understood the awful truth: this place would never let me go. And whatever lurked outside, stalking the shadows, was only part of the nightmare. The forest had claimed me, just as it had claimed countless others. And now, as night closed in, and the rustling outside grew deafening, I realized something even worse. This nightmare was only beginning. The cabin shook as if battered by an angry storm. My heart slammed against my ribs, each thud echoing the fear now coursing through every nerve. Beside me, the man, my only companion in this nightmare, stood rigidly still, his eyes fixed blankly on the barred door, his breath shallow and rapid. "What is it?" I whispered desperately, my voice barely audible over the relentless scraping and clawing noises outside. He swallowed hard, his face drained of all color. "It's them, the others, the ones who were here before us." "Others?" I repeated, my voice tight with dread. "You said there were others. What happened to them?" He glanced at me with an expression of profound sorrow. "They became part of the forest. It took them, one by one. Now they're coming for us." The sound intensified, wood creaking and splintering under the force outside. Shadows shifted through gaps in the boarded windows, vague shapes pressing close, whispering and scratching at the rotted planks. Each whisper sent cold shivers cascading down my spine, fear freezing me in place. But beneath that fear, something else stirred, a stubborn, fierce will to survive. I refused to accept this fate. If this forest was alive, if it fed on our fear, then fighting back meant taking control over that terror. I turned to the man, grasping his shoulder firmly. "We can't just wait here," I said urgently. "We have to try something." He shook his head weakly, his voice barely a whisper. "There's nowhere to go." "Then we fight," I insisted, surprising even myself with the determination in my voice. We confront whatever is out there. It wants us afraid, trapped, weak. We have to stop giving it that. He stared at me blankly, lost in hopelessness, until finally a spark returned to his eyes, faint but undeniable. Slowly he nodded. What do we do? I looked around quickly, scanning the cabin. In the far corner, beside the old bed frame, I saw the fireplace poker I'd used earlier, still lying forgotten on the dusty floor. Picking it up, I handed it to him. "Take this," I said firmly. "No matter what happens, stay close." He nodded, gripping the poker tightly. Together, we approached the door cautiously, hearts pounding, ready to confront whatever waited beyond. The scratching outside ceased abruptly as we stood facing the door. Silence pressed in heavily, unnatural and suffocating. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. Then, before fear could take hold again, I flung open the door. Darkness surged inward, but there was nothing there. No monsters, no shadowy figures, no twisted forms lurking. Only a quiet, empty clearing illuminated faintly by moonlight. Confusion twisted my thoughts as I stepped outside cautiously, glancing back at my companion, whose eyes were wide with disbelief. The clearing appeared peaceful now, untouched by whatever had been tormenting us moments before. I scanned the tree line carefully, searching for any movement, any sign of danger. Yet nothing stirred, and even the forest felt strangely calm. What happened?" he asked softly, bewildered. "I don't know," I murmured uneasily. It felt like a trick, another twisted game this forest was playing. But this time, I wasn't falling for it. I moved forward cautiously, gripping the flashlight I'd retrieved from inside, now inexplicably working again, and aimed its beam into the darkened trees. Then, slowly, movement caught my eye, something pale, half hidden behind a distant trunk. My heart quickened, but instead of fear, curiosity pulled me closer. As we moved through the trees, more figures became visible, pale faces watching us silently, their expressions calm, almost peaceful. One stepped forward, an older man, his features etched with kindness rather than malice. His eyes were gentle, tired. "You've stopped running," he said softly, almost approvingly. "Who are you?" I demanded cautiously. He smiled faintly. "I was lost here once, like you, like many others. The forest traps us by feeding on our fears, our desperation. The harder we fight, the stronger it grows." "How do we get out?" I asked urgently. "There must be a way." He nodded slowly, his gaze sad yet gentle. "You already found it. You stopped being afraid. You chose to face the forest instead of running. Fear is how it keeps us here. It's the only power it has." Around us, the others nodded quietly, their faces serene. "We stopped fearing it too late," he continued sadly. "By then we'd forgotten who we were." "But you haven't lost yourself yet." His words resonated deeply. The constant fear, the panic, had bound me tighter than any cage. But now, standing calmly in the forest, confronting rather than fleeing, I felt strangely empowered. The old man reached out, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. Walk straight and don't look back. Trust yourself. The forest has no power if you don't give it fear." "What about you?" I asked gently. His expression softened, a quiet acceptance settling over him. "We're part of it now, but perhaps your escape means others might find theirs someday." Grateful tears blurred my vision as I turned to the man who'd shared my terror and struggle. "Come with me," I urged gently. "We can leave together." But he shook his head, smiling sadly. "I lost myself a long time ago. I don't even remember who I was before this place. Go. You're stronger than I ever was." Reluctantly, I nodded, stepping away from the gathered figures and facing the forest. It no longer felt menacing, just a wilderness waiting quietly for me to reclaim my path. Taking a deep breath, I began walking forward, each step filling me with growing confidence and strength. Minutes passed into hours, the forest silent around me, no whispers, no rustling threats. The trees gradually became familiar, landmarks returning, guiding me gently but surely back to the path I'd first taken when this nightmare began. Eventually, I recognized my original trail, clearly visible in the breaking dawn. As morning sunlight warmed my face, I stumbled onto the familiar campsite where my tent and gear awaited me, untouched and undisturbed. Relief flooded over me, exhaustion finally overtaking the adrenaline that had sustained me through the night. Collapsing near my tent, I gazed around in disbelief. Had it all been real? The figures, the cabin, the voice that lured me deep into darkness, they felt distant now, dreamlike, yet the vivid memories and aching muscles confirmed every terrifying moment. I packed my belongings quickly, eager to leave. Each step away from the forest felt lighter, freer, as if invisible chains had finally fallen away. As I reached my car, parked exactly as I'd left it, I glanced one final time into the dense woods behind me. Somewhere deep within, I knew the cabin still waited, along with those lost souls trapped by their fears. But now I understood something crucial. Fear was a prison stronger than any walls. By facing it head-on, I'd found my escape, a strength within myself I never knew existed. As I drove away, watching the trees recede into the distance, the lingering dread finally vanished. Whatever force haunted that place thrived only on fear and despair, and I'd chosen to leave mine behind. My nightmare was over, but the lesson remained, etched deep into my heart. Fear loses its power once confronted, and freedom begins the moment you refuse to run. It was a chilly Wednesday evening in early November, and the sun had already set by the time I finished my shift. I'd started a new job at a small accounting firm downtown about 2 months ago, and the office was within comfortable walking distance of my apartment. Usually, I enjoyed the peacefulness of my 20-minute walk home, using the time to clear my head after a long day of paperwork and meetings. But tonight, something felt different. As I stepped outside into the brisk air, pulling my coat tighter around myself, I noticed the street was unusually quiet. Most shops had already closed their doors, leaving the sidewalk nearly empty. Streetlights cast pools of dim orange light onto the pavement, barely illuminating the shadows between buildings. An uneasy sensation stirred in my stomach, but I brushed it off as simple paranoia from too many late-night true crime documentaries. I quickened my pace slightly, eager to get home and out of the biting cold. I'd walked about 2 blocks when I became aware of footsteps behind me. At first, I didn't pay much attention, assuming someone else was just heading in the same direction. But after several minutes, the footsteps remained consistently behind me, never speeding up, never slowing down, keeping pace precisely with my own. Curiosity quickly turned into unease. My heart rate began to rise slightly, but I told myself I was overreacting. People walked behind each other all the time without incident. Still, the persistent rhythm of the stranger's footsteps, always just a few steps behind me, sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. I decided to test my suspicion. At the next intersection, I abruptly turned left, deviating from my usual route. It was slightly longer, but it would let me confirm if I was really being followed. As I rounded the corner, I glanced back discreetly and saw him clearly for the first time. He was a tall, lanky figure dressed in dark clothing. His hood was pulled up, obscuring his face, and his hands were buried deep in his jacket pockets. My heart thudded heavily against my rib cage. He had turned too, precisely matching my route. This wasn't a coincidence. I quickly crossed to the other side of the street, hoping he might continue straight or turn away, proving I was overthinking. But the man calmly crossed the street as well, mirroring my every movement. Panic surged through me, and I felt my pulse quicken. I pulled out my phone, pretending to send a casual text message, trying to appear unaware as I glanced around for any nearby pedestrians or open shops. But the street remained empty, silent, except for my quickening breaths and the footsteps now unmistakably closer behind me. My building was still several blocks away, and I knew I had to make a decision. Instinct took over. Without warning, I broke into a run, my shoes pounding against the pavement. Adrenaline flooded my system as I sprinted, barely aware of anything but the urgent need to reach safety. A quick glance backward confirmed my worst fear. He was running now too, keeping pace effortlessly, like some dark shadow trailing me relentlessly. My breath burned in my lungs as I approached my apartment building. I fumbled desperately for my keys, terror causing my fingers to tremble uncontrollably. I could hear him clearly behind me now, the rhythmic pounding of his feet against the ground rapidly closing in. At last I reached the entrance, my shaking hands barely managing to insert the key into the lock. I practically fell inside, slamming the door behind me, turning every lock as fast as possible. Leaning against the door, gasping for air, I stood motionless, listening closely. For a moment, everything was quiet, and I briefly wondered if I'd imagined the entire ordeal. But then I heard it, footsteps approaching slowly outside. They paused directly on the other side of my door. My stomach twisted painfully as I strained to listen, fear immobilizing me completely. A sudden knock echoed sharply through my apartment, making me jump. It was soft at first, almost polite, then louder, more insistent. My heart pounded frantically as I remained frozen in place, hardly daring to breathe. His voice came next quiet, calm, but deeply unsettling. "I know you're in there." His tone wasn't angry or threatening. It was calm, controlled, almost conversational. But somehow that made it even more terrifying. My thoughts raced as panic threatened to overwhelm me. I carefully backed away from the door, nearly stumbling over my feet as I reached for my phone again, frantically dialing 911. The dispatcher answered quickly, and I struggled to keep my voice quiet and steady, whispering urgently into the phone. "There's a man outside my apartment. He followed me home. He's at my door right now." The dispatcher remained calm, reassuring me that police officers were already en route. "Stay on the line," she instructed gently. "Don't open your door for any reason." I crouched near the hallway closet, hidden partially from view, trembling uncontrollably as I listened for any sound of movement outside. The seconds felt impossibly long. Silence stretched on painfully, the man no longer knocking, no longer speaking. It was almost worse wondering if he'd left, or if he was simply waiting patiently. Minutes later, flashing blue lights illuminated the room through my blinds. Relief surged through me as I heard muffled voices outside. A knock sounded again, this time louder, more authoritative. "Police, open up." I rushed forward, checking through the peephole first, seeing 2 uniformed officers standing outside. With shaking hands, I quickly unlocked and opened the door, nearly collapsing with relief. "Are you okay, ma'am?" one officer asked gently as they stepped inside. "Two don't know," I stammered, looking past them into the empty hallway. "He was right here. Did you see him?" The officers shook their heads, glancing toward each other briefly. "We didn't see anyone outside. He may have left before we arrived. Can you describe him?" I recounted every detail I could remember: the dark hoodie, his height, how he matched my pace exactly. They took notes carefully, assuring me they'd patrol the area thoroughly. After ensuring my apartment was secure, they advised me to lock everything and promised they'd increase patrols around my building. They handed me a card with a number to call if anything else happened. Once they left, I locked every lock again, drew the curtains tightly, and sat alone on my couch, too terrified to sleep. Questions filled my mind relentlessly. Who was that man? Why had he followed me, and why had he knocked on my door with such disturbing calmness? I didn't have answers. All I knew for certain was that he'd found me once, and I couldn't shake the chilling thought that he might return again, waiting patiently in the shadows until the police were gone and I was alone once more. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every small noise in the apartment set my nerves on edge: a distant car horn, the creak of floorboards settling. Even my own breathing seemed disturbingly loud. My mind raced, replaying every second of the evening: the quiet footsteps behind me, his shadowy figure crossing the street, the calm knocking at my door, and his chilling words, "I know you're in there." By morning, exhaustion had worn me down. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in my curtains, offering little comfort. I called my boss, explaining vaguely that I wasn't feeling well. She understood immediately. My voice must have betrayed the fear I was trying so hard to conceal. After hanging up, I sat in silence, realizing I could hide forever. Detective Davis, one of the officers assigned to follow up on my case, visited later that morning. He was a serious, middle-aged man with gentle eyes that seemed genuinely concerned. We sat at my kitchen table as he asked me detailed questions about the previous night, taking careful notes and listening patiently as I recounted the terrifying events again. "We checked security cameras nearby," he explained after I finished speaking. "Unfortunately, the footage is limited and doesn't clearly show his face. He was very careful." Frustration gnawed at me. "So he's still out there, free to come back?" Davis nodded sympathetically. "We're increasing patrols and following up on any leads we have. In the meantime, please stay vigilant. We'll find him." After Davis left, I paced around my small apartment, unable to shake the paranoia. Every noise sent a fresh surge of anxiety through me. Eventually, I made myself busy double-checking every window, installing additional locks, and even ordering security cameras online, determined to protect myself. In the days that followed, life became tense and isolating. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, paranoid whenever I ventured outside. Even a simple walk to the grocery store filled me with dread. I took different routes every day, sometimes doubling back or making unnecessary turns, just to be certain I wasn't being followed. Yet, despite my precautions, I never felt truly safe. Then, exactly 1 week after the first incident, I received a package at my doorstep. It was a plain brown box with no return address or identifying labels, only my name handwritten neatly across the top. A cold sense of dread pooled in my stomach. Carefully, I carried it inside and placed it on my kitchen counter. My hands shook as I cautiously opened the box, heart racing uncontrollably. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, was a single photographer-candid picture taken from across the street. My stomach turned violently. It was an image of me, unaware and distracted, walking home from work just days earlier. Panic rose inside me again. He'd been watching me all along, even after the police got involved. I immediately called Detective Davis, describing the disturbing package in a voice trembling with fear. He arrived quickly, examining the box and photograph carefully. "He's sending a message," Davis said, his tone serious. "He's letting you know he's still watching." "I can't live like this," I whispered, feeling completely trapped. "He's controlling every aspect of my life." Davis offered reassurance, promising they'd intensify their investigation, and took the box and photo as evidence. Yet his promises did little to ease my fears. Days turned into weeks, and the stalker's silence became deafening. Every quiet evening was agonizing, every shadow on the street a potential threat. Sleep became nearly impossible, and my health suffered. Friends offered help, but I distanced myself, afraid they'd become targets too. Just when I'd begun to believe he might finally leave me alone, another incident shattered that hope. One evening as I arrived home, I found my apartment door slightly ajar. Instantly, my blood turned to ice. I stepped back, shaking, and called 911 immediately. Police arrived within minutes, carefully entering and clearing my apartment room by room. Detective Davis arrived shortly after, his expression grim. "He's escalating," Davis explained gently. "Breaking in is a serious escalation of behavior." Inside, the apartment was disturbingly untouched. Nothing was missing or disturbed, except for one unsettling detail: a handwritten note placed neatly on my pillow with 4 simple words: "You can't hide forever." I broke down, overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion. Davis stood beside me, quietly supportive. "We won't let him hurt you," he promised firmly. "But for now, it's safest for you to stay elsewhere." Reluctantly, I packed a bag and moved temporarily to a hotel recommended by Davis, under police supervision. The room was anonymous and secure, yet the fear remained, deeply rooted in my mind. Each night in the unfamiliar hotel bed, I lay awake, replaying the stalker's actions, haunted by questions. Who was he? What had I done to attract his attention? One afternoon, Detective Davis called again, his tone cautiously optimistic. "We found something," he said carefully. "A security camera captured him entering your apartment building. We finally have a clear image of his face." Hope surged through me for the first time in weeks. "Do you know who he is?" "Not yet," Davis admitted, "but we're running the image through databases and circulating it widely. Someone will recognize him." 2 days later, I was sitting alone in my hotel room when Davis called urgently. "We got him," he said quickly. "His name is Mark Collins. He has a record for similar harassment cases out of state. We're bringing him in now." I felt dizzy with relief. Mark Collins, just a name, but it changed everything. Knowing his identity made him less mysterious, less powerful. Still, the idea he'd targeted others before unsettled me deeply. Later that evening, Davis visited me personally at the hotel. "He's in custody and cooperating," Davis reassured me, clearly relieved himself. "Apparently, he'd become fixated on you weeks ago after spotting you walking home. He claimed he only wanted your attention, but we know better. He's being charged with harassment and stalking. Given his history, he'll likely face significant jail time." I exhaled shakily, the weight of weeks of terror slowly lifting. "Am I really safe now?" Davis smiled gently, understanding my fear. "He won't harm you again, but recovery might take time. You'll need to heal emotionally. We're here if you need anything." The days afterward felt strange. Gradually, I returned to my apartment, installing additional security, and still cautious when I walked home. Slowly, though, life began feeling normal again. The paranoia faded slightly, replaced by a fragile sense of safety. A month later, I attended Mark Collins's court hearing. Seeing him face to face was difficult, yet empowering. He avoided eye contact, no longer mysterious or threatening. He pleaded guilty, receiving a prison sentence and strict orders never to contact or approach me again. As I left the courtroom, Detective Davis approached me, offering a comforting smile. "You did the right thing," he said warmly. "Your courage stopped him. You survived this, and you'll heal." His words resonated deeply. I knew fear would linger for a while, and my sense of safety would take time to rebuild completely. But finally, after weeks of fear, anxiety, and torment, I felt a small spark of hope. Walking home afterward, the world around me felt brighter, more open, less threatening. For the first time since that terrifying night, I felt genuinely safe. The man who had followed me home had been captured, exposed, and held accountable. He no longer had power over me. Finally, I was free. Over the next several months, I slowly reclaimed my life. Returning to a normal routine wasn't easy at first. Every evening when I walked home, my heart still skipped a beat if someone walked too closely behind me. Every knock at my door sent a ripple of anxiety through my body. But gradually, with each passing day, I felt stronger. Mark Collins was behind bars, serving his sentence, and Detective Davis continued to check in occasionally, reminding me I was safe. Still, I decided to make some significant changes. I moved from the apartment I'd once loved, knowing that staying there was only keeping the memories fresh. My new place was brighter, more secure, and closer to friends and family. My boss was understanding, allowing me to adjust my work schedule so I wouldn't have to walk home alone in the dark. Everything seemed set for me to finally feel safe and comfortable again. Yet despite my progress, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled deep within me. One afternoon, as I organized boxes in my new apartment, I stumbled across the photograph Mark Collins had sent me, the image of myself he'd captured secretly from afar. I froze, the fear returning instantly. It felt invasive and raw, a reminder of how vulnerable I'd been. Determined to move forward, I contacted Detective Davis and asked what I should do with it. He suggested I bring it to the station, assuring me they'd dispose of it safely and properly. Later that afternoon, I drove to the police station, feeling a strange sense of closure as I handed the photograph over to Davis personally. As I prepared to leave, he stopped me, his expression thoughtful. "I have something important to tell you," he began cautiously. "Collins requested to speak with you from prison. I strongly advised against it, but legally, I have to inform you." My stomach tightened, dread returning. "Why would he want that?" I asked nervously. Davis shook his head gently. "He claims he wants to apologize, offer an explanation for his actions, but it's entirely up to you whether to accept." I took a deep breath, conflicted. On one hand, the idea terrified me. On the other, it might offer the final closure I needed. "Do you think it's safe?" I asked carefully. "He can't harm you," Davis assured firmly. "He'll remain securely behind glass, with guards nearby. But emotionally, it's your call." After several days of consideration and discussing it with close friends, I decided to face him one final time. Davis arranged everything carefully, ensuring my safety and comfort throughout the process. On the day of the visit, Nerves overwhelmed me. I felt shaky as I entered the visitation room, heart hammering in my chest. He sat behind thick glass, looking far less threatening in prison clothes. His expression was tired, distant, nothing like the mysterious figure who once terrified me. As I took a seat, I saw something I hadn't expected in his eyes, genuine remorse. "I'm sorry," he began softly, his voice heavy with regret. "I know it means little after what I've put you through, but I truly am." I took a steadying breath, struggling to control my emotions. "Why did you do it?" I asked, my voice firm but quiet. "Why target me?" He hesitated, looking away briefly, embarrassed. "I saw you one day walking home. You seemed kind, confident, independent, everything I wasn't. I admired that at first, but my fascination quickly turned into something unhealthy. I wanted your attention, wanted to feel important. I was wrong." His confession left me unsettled, but strangely relieved. It confirmed what I'd suspected all along, that it wasn't anything I'd done wrong. It was his own twisted obsession that had caused the situation. "You terrified me," I replied calmly, holding back tears. "You changed how I see the world, made me afraid to do basic things, like walk home from work." He nodded slowly, genuinely remorseful. "I don't expect forgiveness, but please know I'm getting help here. I want to change, even if it's too late to fix what I've done to you." Silence hung between us briefly. Finally I spoke, voice gentle but firm. "I can't forgive what you've done, but thank you for telling me why. Maybe someday you'll understand the impact you had." With that, I stood and left the room, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. Outside, Detective Davis waited patiently, offering a reassuring smile. "Do you feel better now?" he asked softly. "I do," I admitted truthfully. It helped hearing him admit he was wrong. It gave me closure. After that meeting, life gradually returned to something resembling normalcy. I continued my career, becoming successful enough to afford extra security measures, mostly for peace of mind rather than actual fear. I spoke openly about my experience, connecting with other survivors, and advocating for stronger laws protecting stalking victims. Months turned into years. Eventually, Mark Collins was released on probation, ordered by the court to live far from me and strictly monitored. Davis informed me personally, ensuring I understood all protective measures remained in place. Surprisingly, I felt no fear hearing the news. I'd grown stronger over the years, realizing my safety wasn't defined by Collins but by my own resilience. I'd survived something terrifying, and it hadn't broken me. It had made me stronger, wiser, and more aware. One evening, years after the ordeal, I walked home after a late work event. The street was quiet and peaceful. Instead of panic, I felt calmness, confidence in myself, and pride in how far I'd come. Every step felt symbolic, each footfall reclaiming the freedom I'd fought so hard to regain. Arriving home safely, I smiled, unlocking my door without hesitation or fear. Inside, my apartment felt warm, safe, a true sanctuary. I'd finally reclaimed everything he'd taken from me, my sense of security, independence, and joy. I sat quietly that night, reflecting on the journey I'd endured. The fear was gone, replaced by a deep sense of accomplishment and strength. Collins had once followed me home, filling my life with dread, but ultimately I had survived. I'd taken back control, refusing to let his actions define my life. I understood now that survival wasn't just escaping harm, it was moving forward, healing, and using my experiences to help others feel less alone. And for me, that meant more than anything else. As I went to bed that night, feeling truly at peace, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. The man who once followed me home no longer held any power over me. I'd faced him, overcome the fear, and finally moved beyond it. And now, at long last, I was genuinely free. Working the overnight shift at Quick Stop Convenience wasn't anyone's first choice, but the pay was decent, and honestly, I needed the money. It wasn't glamorous, but it suited me, quiet, predictable, and rarely eventful. The store sat on a forgotten stretch of road on the outskirts of town. The only regular customers were truckers passing through, occasional college kids fueling up before heading home, or locals grabbing late-night snacks. Usually, I'd spend my shift flipping through magazines or scrolling mindlessly through my phone. But tonight felt different right from the start. It wasn't something I could immediately explain, just a slight unease that made the fluorescent lights seem harsher, the hum of refrigerators louder, and the empty aisles lonelier than usual. It was nearing midnight, and the store had been empty for over an hour when I first noticed the car. I was wiping down the coffee counter, yawning and glancing toward the clock, when my eyes caught sight of headlights pulling into the lot across the street. At first, I assumed it was just someone stopping to check directions or take a call. They parked with their engine off, the lights quickly dimming into darkness. Through the window, I could just barely make out the silhouette of someone sitting in the driver's seat. It was hard to see clearly. The streetlight outside had been flickering for weeks, and the darkness swallowed everything beyond the store's own parking lot. I tried to shrug it off. People parked there occasionally, maybe they'd stopped for a nap or a break from driving. But as I stocked shelves, my eyes kept drifting back to that car. 10 minutes passed, then 20, and the vehicle remained completely still. The shadowy figure inside never moved as far as I could tell, just sat there, watching. Unease crept slowly into my chest. My coworker, Amber, had told me stories about people acting strange during her shifts. Usually I brushed off her tales as paranoia or boredom, but tonight I suddenly wished I'd paid more attention. I told myself there was nothing to worry about, but my instincts disagreed. By 1 a.m., I was genuinely unsettled. I wanted to call someone, maybe Amber, but it felt silly. What would I even say? That someone parked across the street wasn't doing anything at all, and somehow that was frightening me. Instead, I distracted myself by rearranging candy bars and counting the cash in the register for the third time. But no matter what I did, The nagging feeling wouldn't leave. Every few minutes my gaze wandered back to the car, half expecting it to vanish. It never did. The silence inside the store grew unbearable, amplifying every tiny sound, the creaking of floorboards beneath my feet, the quiet buzz of lights, even my own breathing. I turned on some music, choosing something upbeat to drown out the quiet, but it didn't help. My eyes constantly drifted back to the dark figure across the street, now becoming more visible as my vision adjusted. The driver just sat there, a vague shape barely illuminated by the dashboard glow. Finally, at around 2 a.m., I convinced myself to go outside. Maybe confronting the situation would relieve some of my anxiety. I stepped out cautiously into the cool night air, pulling my jacket tightly around me as I glanced across the road. The car was parked at an odd angle, its dark paint blending with the night. I couldn't see a license plate clearly, and there was no sound coming from it. Taking a breath, I called out tentatively, "Hey, do you need anything?" Silence answered me. My pulse quickened, and I felt incredibly exposed standing under the fluorescent store lights. I took another step forward, shouting a bit louder this time, "If you need directions, I can help." Still nothing. But then, ever so slightly, the shadow inside shifted. My heart jumped. They knew I was there. They could clearly see me, but they weren't responding. Why weren't they responding? Fear clawed at my throat, and I quickly retreated back inside, locking the door behind me. Once back at the counter, I realized my hands were shaking. Determined to calm down, I took deep breaths and convinced myself I was being ridiculous. People did strange things at night all the time. It didn't mean anything. Even so, I found myself pulling the phone closer just in case. Around 3 a.m., when I glanced up again, my heart stopped. The car's headlights suddenly flicked on, flooding the road with harsh white light. My breathing quickened as the car slowly pulled forward, turning across the street directly toward the store. I stood frozen, gripping the counter, unable to look away as the car crept closer, its headlights glaring through the store window, blinding me momentarily. When my vision cleared, the car had stopped right in front of the entrance, the engine idling softly. I could see the driver clearly now, a man in his early 30s, dark hair, pale skin. He didn't move, didn't get out, just sat perfectly still, staring straight ahead. But then, as though sensing my gaze, he slowly turned his head toward me. We stared at each other through the glass for what felt like an eternity. He looked ordinary enough, clean-shaven, neatly dressed, yet his eyes held something else, something unsettling. They were wide, unblinking, focused entirely on me. I felt a cold wave of dread crawl down my spine. Without thinking, I reached for the phone and dialed 911, keeping my eyes fixed on him. A dispatcher answered, and I quickly explained my situation, my voice shaking embarrassingly. The operator assured me an officer was nearby and would arrive within minutes. As soon as I hung up, the man in the car shifted slightly, as if realizing I'd called someone. Without breaking eye contact, he suddenly smiled a slow, deliberate, knowing smile that made my stomach churn. Then abruptly, He turned away, put the car into gear, and pulled out slowly onto the road, disappearing into the darkness just as the police cruiser rounded the corner, its lights flashing reassuringly. My knees felt weak as the officer walked inside, glancing around the empty store with mild confusion. I explained everything, embarrassed by how trivial it sounded now. The officer nodded patiently, took notes, and walked around outside to check the lot. Returning, he shrugged apologetically. "No sign of him now," he said gently. "Probably just some weirdo passing through. Happens sometimes out here. Call us back if he returns." I nodded, thanking him as he left, but after he drove away, the silence felt worse than before. The image of the man's face stayed with me. His unsettling smile burned into my mind. The night wore on slowly, painfully. Every passing minute felt longer than the last. By the time morning finally arrived, I felt drained and paranoid, jumping at every noise. When Amber arrived to relieve me, I told her the story, expecting skepticism. Instead, she looked worried. "You should be careful," she said softly. "Sometimes they come back." I drove home in silence, Amber's words echoing in my mind, mixing with the stranger's smile. My gut told me this wasn't over yet. And as much as I wanted to dismiss my fear, a deeper instinct warned me Amber might be right. Because sometimes they do come back. The following night, I arrived at the quick-stop convenience store with a lingering sense of unease. The events of the previous shift had left me shaken, and I couldn't shake the image of the man in the car, his unsettling smile etched into my memory. Amber's warning echoed in my mind, "Sometimes they come back." As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the familiar chime sounded, and the fluorescent lights flickered to life. The store appeared as it always did, rows of neatly stocked shelves, the hum of the refrigerators, and the faint aroma of stale coffee. Yet an undercurrent of tension made everything feel slightly off-kilter. Determined to maintain a sense of normalcy, I busied myself with routine tasks, restocking shelves, checking expiration dates, and tidying the counter. Despite my efforts, I found myself glancing toward the windows every few minutes, half expecting to see the mysterious car parked across the street. Hours passed without incident. The usual trickle of late-night customers came and went, a trucker grabbing a cup of coffee, a teenager purchasing snacks, an elderly man buying a newspaper. Each interaction was brief and uneventful, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Around 2 a.m., as I was wiping down the coffee station, the bell above the door jingled. I looked up, expecting another customer, but the store was empty. A chill ran down my spine as I stepped from behind the counter to inspect the entrance. The door was slightly ajar, swaying gently as if someone had just passed through. I stepped outside, scanning the parking lot and the road beyond. The street was deserted, save for the occasional flicker of the faulty streetlight. The mysterious car was nowhere in sight. I shivered, attributing the open door to a gust of wind or perhaps a faulty latch. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone or something had been there. Returning inside, I locked the door firmly behind me and resolved to stay vigilant. I checked the security cameras. but the grainy footage revealed nothing unusual. The rest of the night passed slowly, each creak and groan of the building amplified by my heightened senses. As dawn approached and my shift neared its end, I felt a mixture of relief and exhaustion. I told myself that the previous night's events had been a fluke, a one-time occurrence that wouldn't repeat. Yet deep down, I couldn't ignore the nagging suspicion that this was just the beginning. Over the next few shifts, the sense of unease persisted. Though the mysterious car didn't reappear, I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. Shadows seemed to linger longer than they should, and the store's once comforting hum now felt oppressive. I found myself jumping at the slightest sound, my nerves frayed from sleepless nights and constant vigilance. One evening, as I was organizing the cigarette display behind the counter, the phone rang. I picked up, expecting a customer inquiry or perhaps a call from Amber. Instead, there was silence on the other end. I listened intently, straining to hear any background noise, but there was nothing, just an eerie, suffocating silence. "Hello?" I said cautiously. "Is anyone there?" Still, no response. I was about to hang up when I heard a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. The words were indistinct, but the tone was chilling, sending a jolt of fear through me. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice wavering. The whispering ceased, replaced by the abrupt click of the call disconnecting. I stood there, the receiver still pressed to my ear, heart pounding. The rational part of my mind told me it was likely a prank call, but deep down, I knew better. Determined not to let fear consume me, I tried to focus on my tasks. Yet, as the night wore on, the oppressive atmosphere grew heavier. The store's fluorescent lights flickered intermittently, casting unsettling shadows that danced along the walls. The hum of the refrigerators seemed to grow louder, almost as if they were whispering just beyond the edge of hearing. Around 3:30 a.m., as I was restocking the refrigerated section, I heard a soft tapping on the glass. I froze, every muscle in my body tensing. The tapping continued, rhythmic and deliberate. Slowly I turned toward the source of the sound. There, pressed against the glass of the front window, was a handprint, pale and distinct. Beyond the glass, the parking lot was empty. A surge of adrenaline propelled me forward. I grabbed the nearest object, a metal mop handle, and approached the window cautiously. The handprint was still there, stark against the glass. I scanned the area outside, but there was no sign of anyone. I locked the door, double-checking it this time, and retreated behind the counter. My hands trembled as I gripped the mop handle, my eyes darting around the store, searching for any sign of movement. The minutes dragged on, each one stretching into eternity. Just as I began to convince myself that I was overreacting, the power went out. The store was plunged into darkness, the only illumination coming from the faint glow of the emergency exit sign. The hum of the refrigerators ceased, leaving an unsettling silence in its wake. I fumbled for my phone, using its flashlight to navigate. The beam cut through the darkness, casting elongated shadows that seemed to shift and move. I made my way to the back room, where the circuit breaker was located. As I reached for the breaker, I heard it, a low, guttural whisper emanating from the darkness behind me. The whisper froze me in place, my hand trembling as it hovered over the circuit breaker. The darkness pressed in around me, thick and suffocating, making each breath feel harder than the last. I strained to listen, my heartbeat pounding in my ears. Had I really heard something, or was my imagination spiraling out of control? I stood there, motionless, afraid even to breathe too loudly. Silence returned, heavy and oppressive. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe the whisper was just a trick my exhausted mind played on me. Carefully, I flipped the main switch on the breaker panel, holding my breath as the lights flickered back to life. The store returned to its familiar hum and glow, momentarily banishing the darkness. I exhaled slowly, trying to convince myself everything was fine. Yet the relief didn't last long. Returning to the main store area, I saw something that made my stomach tighten with dread. The front door was wide open, swinging slightly on its hinges. Panic surged through me. I was sure I'd locked it, I remembered clearly, pulling the bolt into place after seeing that eerie handprint on the window. Rushing forward, I closed and bolted the door once more, my hands shaking as I secured the lock. I peered outside into the empty parking lot, my pulse racing. The street remained deserted, the faulty street lamp flickering ominously across the road. Nothing looked out of place, yet the air felt charged with tension, as if someone had just been standing there moments ago. I retreated behind the counter, desperately trying to rationalize what was happening. Maybe the lock was faulty. Maybe I'd imagined the whisper and the handprint. Sleep deprivation could do strange things to the mind, but deep down, I knew better. Something was wrong, horribly wrong, and my gut told me this was far from over. The rest of the shift crawled by painfully slow. Every few minutes I checked the doors and windows, triple-checked the locks, and jumped at every minor sound. When the morning sunlight finally broke through the windows, I nearly cried with relief. When Amber arrived to relieve me, she took one look at my pale face and wide eyes, and her expression filled with concern. "What happened to you?" she asked softly, her voice hesitant. I recounted everything: the power outage, the open door, the whisper in the darkness. As I spoke, Amber's expression grew more and more troubled. She didn't dismiss me this time, didn't offer easy reassurances. Instead, she seemed genuinely scared. "You should report this," she said firmly. "Talk to the manager or call the cops again. Something isn't right here." I agreed quietly, though a part of me feared the police would again dismiss me as paranoid. I drove home in silence, dread weighing heavily on my shoulders. At home, sleep came in restless, fitful bursts. I dreamt of dark figures, disembodied whispers, and a faceless man standing silently across the road, watching my every move. When I awoke in the late afternoon, I felt even more exhausted than before. Anxiety had firmly embedded itself in my chest, making each moment feel strained. But I couldn't afford to miss a shift, and I knew I'd have to return to that store, back into the heart of whatever was happening. As night fell once more, dread churned my stomach. I parked in front of the store, hesitating before stepping out into the dark parking lot. The air felt heavier tonight, thick with foreboding. Glancing across the street, my heart lurched. The same car from the other night sat parked exactly where it had before, lights off, engine silent, just waiting. I hurried inside, locking the door immediately behind me. I took a deep breath, my eyes never leaving that car. Time slowed to a crawl, each minute stretching painfully as the car remained motionless, its occupant hidden in shadow. Around midnight, I finally decided to call the police again. As I dialed the number, my hands trembled slightly. A dispatcher answered, and I described the situation as calmly as possible. "We'll send someone to check it out," she assured me gently. "Just stay inside and keep your doors locked." Minutes passed slowly. I stood by the window, watching the car, my stomach twisted with apprehension. Finally, a police cruiser pulled into the lot, stopping briefly in front of the store before approaching the mysterious car across the road. I watched intently as the officer stepped out, flashlight in hand, and approached the vehicle carefully. He shone the beam into the windows, circled the car several times, then looked back toward the store, shrugging slightly. My heart sank. The officer returned to his cruiser and drove slowly over to me, stepping inside the store moments later. "Nobody inside," he said, shaking his head slightly. "The car's empty." "That's impossible," I protested. "I've been watching it the whole time. It never moved. Someone was inside. They must have slipped away." The officer sighed gently. "I believe you, but there's nobody there now. I'll run the plates and see if anything comes up, but unless someone actually threatens or approaches you, there's not much more we can do." After he left, my sense of safety vanished entirely. I was on my own again, trapped in this brightly lit store, surrounded by darkness and unanswered questions. Every sound made me jump. Every shadow seemed to move unnaturally. Just past 2 a.m., as fatigue began to set in, my phone buzzed. My stomach tightened as I glanced down at an unknown number flashing on the screen. Hesitantly, I answered, heart pounding. "Hello?" Silence greeted me again, just like before. Then faintly, I heard breathing, slow and deliberate. "Who is this?" I demanded, my voice shaking. A low chuckle crackled through the line, sending chills down my spine. Then a voice, soft, male, calm, spoke gently. "You already know who this is," the voice whispered. "We've met before, haven't we?" Panic surged through me. "Leave me alone," I snapped, voice rising with fear. "I'll call the police." "They won't help," he whispered calmly. "You know that already." "Why are you doing this?" I asked desperately, gripping the counter to steady myself. Another low laugh, quiet and mocking. "Because I can. Because no one's going to stop me. Because we're alone here." Then abruptly, the line went dead. I stood frozen, the phone slipping from my hand onto the counter. My breathing came in short, panicked gasps. He was toying with me, tormenting me. And worst of all, he was right, the police couldn't help. The rest of the shift passed in a blur of terror and paranoia. When dawn finally arrived, I was barely holding myself together. Amber arrived early, concern etched deeply into her face. "You're done here," she said firmly after hearing my story. Quit, leave town, do whatever you have to do. Just don't come back. But leaving felt impossible. This man, whoever he was, knew me now. He had targeted me, personally, deliberately. Running felt useless, yet staying felt terrifying. As I walked out into the morning sunlight, I glanced across the street, half expecting to see the car still parked there. But it was gone, vanished like a nightmare. Still, I felt eyes watching me from somewhere hidden, waiting patiently for night to fall once more. The next few days blurred together into one continuous loop of anxiety. Even during daylight hours, I felt a shadow hovering just out of sight. Sleep became impossible. Every time I closed my eyes, the quiet, mocking voice on the phone echoed through my head. My nerves were frayed, and every noise startled me. I'd taken Amber's advice and spoken with my manager, Carl, about quitting. He'd barely seemed to notice my distress, shrugging off my complaints as paranoia born from night shifts. "You're tired," he'd said dismissively. "Give it another week. If things don't improve, then we'll talk about it." Another week felt impossible, but I needed the paycheck. I briefly considered packing up and leaving town entirely, but something inside me resisted the idea of running. It felt unfair. Why should I abandon my life because of one man's twisted game? On my first night back at the store after those terrifying phone calls, I arrived early. Amber lingered a bit after her shift, trying to reassure me, even offering to stay later. But I didn't want to drag her into this. Whatever was happening felt personal, isolated, targeted at me specifically. After Amber reluctantly left, I locked the doors immediately and checked the locks repeatedly. I glanced nervously at the security cameras, their grainy images flickering softly on the old monitor behind the counter. Everything seemed normal, empty, quiet, but it was precisely that silence that unsettled me the most. Around midnight, the phone rang sharply, startling me out of my anxious thoughts. My pulse raced as I stared at the phone, its shrill ring piercing through the store's quiet hum. My hands trembled, but finally I picked up, holding my breath. "Hello?" I answered, my voice barely above a whisper. There was a pause on the other end, then the familiar, chilling breathing. "Stop calling me," I snapped, anger mixing with fear. "What do you want?" "You sound tired," he replied calmly, as if ignoring my question entirely. "Not sleeping well." "Leave me alone," I demanded again, trying to sound stronger than I felt. "I could," he said softly, "but where's the fun in that? It's just us here, you and me. Nobody's coming to help." "Who are you?" I asked desperately, trying to understand. "Why are you doing this?" There was a quiet, unsettling laugh on the other end. "You don't remember me, do you?" "What are you talking about?" I asked, confused and terrified. "Think hard," he said coldly. "We've crossed paths before." Before I could respond, the line went dead. My breath came in rapid, panicked gasps. His words made no sense. I had no idea who this person could be. But he clearly knew me, my name, my job, even the fact I hadn't been sleeping. I called the police again, determined not to be brushed off this time. When the officer arrived 20 minutes later, I explained everything again, including the phone calls and threats. The officer listened patiently, jotting notes but seeming unconvinced. "Listen," he said finally, "I can see you're upset, and we'll monitor this location more closely. But there's no concrete threat here, no physical evidence. It's possible someone's just harassing you. I'd suggest changing your number or taking a few days off." His casual dismissal of my fears frustrated me, but I thanked him anyway. He left, promising they'd keep an eye out, but I knew deep down I was on my own. The night wore on painfully slowly. I kept myself busy with meaningless tasks, straightening shelves, cleaning counters, anything to distract from my fear. Around 3 in the morning, exhaustion began to settle heavily over me, and my movements became sluggish. As I wiped down the counter, the sound of a car pulling into the parking lot startled me awake. My heart lurched. The car parked directly in front of the store, headlights illuminating the interior brightly. I froze, unable to move as the driver's door opened slowly. A tall man stepped out, dark jacket, jeans, short hair neatly combed. He stood still for a moment, silhouetted against the headlights, then walked calmly toward the door. Panic flooded through me as I scrambled for my phone. Before I could dial, he gently tapped on the glass, staring directly into my eyes, a faint smile on his lips. "Open the door," he said calmly, his voice muffled through the glass. "I just want to talk." I shook my head frantically, backing away from the door, my legs trembling. His smile widened slightly, unsettlingly patient. "I won't hurt you," he said softly. "Just open the door. It'll only take a moment." "I've called the police," I shouted, hoping he'd leave. He laughed quietly, as though I'd told a joke. "They won't get here in time, and even if they did, they'd never catch me." Suddenly, his expression turned serious, his eyes intense, focused. "You really don't remember, do you?" My mind raced desperately. Had I seen this man before? Had we met, spoken, crossed paths? I racked my memory, but nothing came to mind. 3 years ago," he said softly, watching my face carefully. "Think about it." My blood ran cold. 3 years ago I'd worked in another store, a gas station closer to town. Memories flooded back, a robbery attempt one night, a masked man with a knife screaming at me to open the register. I'd managed to trigger a silent alarm, and police arrived quickly. The robber fled, but they'd caught him a block away. He'd gone to prison. I'd never seen his face clearly beneath the mask. I stared at him, realization dawning painfully. "It was you?" He nodded slowly, eyes narrowing. "You sent me away. 3 years locked in a cage because of you." "You robbed me," I said, my voice trembling with anger. "You had a knife. What did you expect?" He stepped closer, pressing his palm gently against the glass. "I expected you to cooperate, to stay quiet. Instead, you ruined my life." "I did nothing wrong," I insisted weakly, panic gripping my throat. "You made your own choices." "So have you," he replied coldly, "and now I've made mine." He stepped back slowly, his eyes never leaving mine. "I'll see you soon," he promised, turning calmly back to his car. I watched helplessly as he drove away, leaving me trembling and terrified. I called the police again, telling them everything. They took my statement seriously this time, promising to look into the man's background and providing a patrol officer to watch the store for the next few nights. But the damage was done. He'd succeeded his threats, his stalking, his mind games, all intended to break me down. I spent the rest of my shift in a daze of anxiety and fear, unsure what my next step should be. When Amber arrived that morning, she took one look at my pale face and hugged me tightly. "You're quitting," she said firmly, "today." I didn't argue. I couldn't handle another night trapped behind that counter, waiting for him to return. But even as I left the store for the last time, escorted by Amber, I knew it wasn't over. He was still out there, waiting, watching, planning. And deep down, I knew our paths would cross again, whether I liked it or not. Leaving the store didn't bring the relief I'd hoped for. In fact, stepping away from that nightly routine only seemed to amplify my anxiety. I'd always assumed my job was the reason he'd targeted me, that once I quit, I'd fade off his radar. But I was wrong. Now, sitting alone in my apartment each night felt infinitely worse. There were no distractions, no customers or tasks to occupy my mind, just silence, paranoia, and a gnawing fear that he'd find me again. The police promised to look into everything, but days passed without any concrete updates. I called frequently, only to be met with vague reassurances. It was clear to me that my stalker knew how to hide himself, knew how to stay just out of reach. Sleep became rare, and when I did drift off, dreams quickly twisted into nightmares, always featuring his calm, taunting voice, whispering threats I couldn't fully understand. After nearly a week of sleepless nights and restless days, I received a call from Detective Carter, who had been assigned to my case. His tone was serious as he informed me they'd identified the man from the surveillance footage at the store. His name was Thomas Reed, and he had an extensive record: armed robbery, assault, harassment. It matched perfectly with my memories of the man who'd robbed me 3 years earlier. Detective Carter explained that after serving his sentence, Thomas Reed had quietly disappeared off their radar. He'd moved around frequently, worked odd jobs, and stayed out of trouble until now. "We think he's been planning this for a while," Carter said carefully. "He seems fixated on revenge, blaming you specifically for his arrest." I swallowed hard, my throat tightening painfully. "What can I do?" He hesitated, sounding uncomfortable. "Stay vigilant. Don't go out alone, especially at night. If anything happens or you see anything suspicious, call us immediately." It was a warning, but it felt painfully insufficient. I thanked him anyway, hung up, and stared at the walls of my apartment, now feeling more like a prison than a home. Everything around me, the familiar furniture, photographs, and personal belongings, seemed foreign, almost sinister. They were reminders of how vulnerable I truly was. Later that evening, unable to bear the isolation, I invited Amber over. She arrived quickly, clearly sensing the urgency in my voice. Amber was the closest thing I had to family, someone I trusted implicitly, someone who'd seen firsthand the toll this ordeal had taken. We sat quietly on the couch, sipping coffee, both avoiding the topic we couldn't ignore. "I don't know how much longer I can do this," I finally admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. "Every sound makes me jump. I don't feel safe anywhere." Amber placed a comforting hand on mine, her eyes full of genuine worry. "Maybe you should leave town for a while," she suggested gently. "Stay with your parents or a friend, somewhere far from here." "I've thought about it," I confessed, voice shaking slightly. "But what if he follows me? What if it doesn't matter where I go?" Amber squeezed my hand tightly. "He's one man," she said firmly. "You can't let him control your life. If leaving gives you peace of mind, even for a little while, then do it." I considered her words carefully. Running felt cowardly, yet staying felt increasingly dangerous. Finally, I nodded slowly. "I'll call my parents tomorrow. Maybe a few weeks away is exactly what I need." Amber smiled encouragingly, clearly relieved. She stayed late, keeping me company until exhaustion finally overcame me. When she left, she hugged me tightly, promising to check in first thing tomorrow morning. Alone again, I double-checked all the locks, drew the curtains tightly shut, and tried to prepare myself for sleep. As the apartment grew silent around me, my anxiety surged. Despite my exhaustion, sleep felt impossible. Hours passed as I stared at the ceiling, thoughts racing, listening to every creak and rustle outside my window. Just past midnight, my phone vibrated. I froze, heart pounding as I checked the caller ID. Unknown number. Trembling, I answered, already knowing exactly who it was. "Planning to run away again?" Thomas's voice was calm, almost conversational, yet filled with thinly veiled threat. "Leave me alone," I snapped, struggling to sound brave. "It's over." He laughed softly, chillingly. "Oh, it's far from over," he whispered. "You ruined my life. Did you really think I'd let you just walk away?" "I didn't ruin anything," I argued desperately. "You made your own choices." "Maybe," he replied smoothly, "but you sealed my fate when you called the cops. Now, it's your turn to pay." "Please," I pleaded, my voice shaking. "Just stop this. Leave me alone. I'm sorry for whatever happened. Just leave me alone." He paused, the silence stretching painfully. "No," he finally said quietly. "Sorry won't fix what you took from me. And now I'm going to take something from you." Before I could reply, the call disconnected abruptly. Panic surged through me as I jumped from bed, rushing toward the front door to triple-check the locks again. My hands shook violently as I fumbled with the deadbolt, testing it repeatedly. Minutes ticked by slowly. I stood by the door, listening intently. Nothing seemed out of place, yet fear wouldn't loosen its grip on me. My apartment, once a place of comfort, now felt impossibly unsafe. Suddenly, the silence was shattered by a loud, sharp knock on the front door. I stumbled backward, heart racing uncontrollably. The knock repeated again, 3 quick, deliberate raps. Terrified, I grabbed my phone, immediately dialing 911 as I retreated toward the bedroom, locking the door behind me. As the dispatcher picked up, I quickly explained the situation, my voice frantic. "Please hurry," I begged. "He's here." She assured me help was on the way and told me to remain calm and stay hidden. But seconds later, a loud crash echoed through the apartment, the front door splintering open. Thomas was inside. My blood ran cold and I crouched down, hiding behind the bed, desperately listening for any sign of movement. His footsteps echoed softly through the living room, slow and deliberate, heading directly toward my bedroom. He knew exactly where I was. "Come out," he called softly, his voice calm and terrifyingly patient. "There's nowhere to hide now." I remained silent, biting my lip hard enough to draw blood. My breathing came in panicked gasps, my heart feeling like it would explode from my chest. He paused right outside the bedroom door. "Last chance," he said, softer now. "This doesn't have to end badly." Sirens wailed faintly in the distance, growing louder every second. Relief surged briefly before fear took hold again. Would they get here in time? Thomas seemed to hear them too, letting out a sigh of frustration. "Next time," he said simply, his voice cold. I heard him retreating quickly, his footsteps fading through the apartment and out into the hallway beyond. Moments later, police burst into my apartment, weapons drawn. They found me still hiding, shaking uncontrollably behind my bed. Thomas was long gone, vanished into the night. They promised extra protection, constant patrols, and surveillance around my building, but I knew none of that mattered now. Thomas had made his point clearly. I wasn't safe anywhere, not even in my own home. He would come again, and next time the police might not arrive in time. I sat in the middle of my wrecked apartment, feeling utterly hopeless. Running seemed pointless. Staying seemed suicidal. Thomas had stripped away every sense of safety and control, leaving only fear in his wake. And as the officers gently questioned me again, one thought consumed me entirely. He wasn't done yet, not by a long shot. The aftermath of Thomas breaking into my apartment shattered what little security I had left. The police presence intensified around my building. Every few hours a patrol car would circle the block, its lights briefly illuminating my living room window. Detective Carter insisted I move temporarily to a safer location, offering a place in a motel downtown with constant police surveillance. Reluctantly, I agreed. I packed my things quickly, stuffing essentials into an overnight bag, barely glancing at the apartment I'd once called home. It now felt cold, invaded, permanently stained by fear. As the officer escorted me to the waiting patrol car, Amber ran up to meet me, her expression filled with worry and guilt. "I'm so sorry," she whispered, gripping my hand tightly. "I wish I'd done more." "It's not your fault," I assured her weakly. "This was his doing, not yours." Amber hugged me fiercely before the officer gently guided me into the car. I watched my apartment fade into the distance, silently wondering if I'd ever feel safe again. The motel room was small, plain, and impersonal, exactly what I'd expected. For the next few days, I rarely left the room, subsisting on cheap takeout and caffeine to stay awake. Every sudden sound, every shadow moving past the window sent adrenaline surging through my veins. The phone calls had stopped, but somehow the silence was worse. It meant Thomas was out there somewhere waiting for the right moment. By the third day, the isolation became unbearable. I needed fresh air, a moment to clear my head. With permission from Detective Carter, who assured me officers would watch closely, I stepped outside into the afternoon sunlight. It felt good to breathe fresh air, to see ordinary people going about their lives. For a few minutes, I allowed myself the illusion of normalcy. But as I walked toward the small cafe across from the motel, my phone vibrated sharply. I glanced down, dread instantly tightening my throat. It was a text message from an unknown number. "Nice day for a walk, isn't it?" My pulse spiked as I spun around, scanning the street desperately. People moved past me, oblivious. Cars drove by casually. I saw nothing suspicious, yet my skin prickled with fear. Another text quickly followed. "You're making this easy for me." I rushed back toward the motel entrance, heart hammering painfully. Detective Carter was waiting for me inside, his face grim as I showed him the messages. "He's close," I whispered, shaking uncontrollably. "We have officers nearby," Carter reassured me calmly. "He won't get close enough to hurt you, I promise." But I no longer trusted promises. Thomas had proved repeatedly how easily he could slip through their fingers, and this time I couldn't shake the feeling that the end was near. That night, sleep was impossible. I sat awake in the darkness, staring at the locked motel room door. Hours passed painfully slow, each moment more agonizing than the last. Around midnight, the quiet was shattered by a sharp knock at my door. I froze, panic gripping my chest tightly. "It's Detective Carter," came a reassuring voice from outside. "We caught him." My breath caught in my throat as relief flooded over me. Cautiously, I opened the door to see Carter standing there, his expression weary but victorious. "Thomas Reed was arrested a block from here," he explained quietly. "We found him hiding in an alley. He had your photo, your motel room number, even your schedule. He's in custody now." Tears of relief burned my eyes. "Are you sure it's really over?" "Yes," Carter said firmly. He confessed immediately. "We have more than enough to ensure he won't bother you again. You're safe now." I spent the next several days feeling numb, barely able to believe the ordeal had finally ended. The police presence gradually diminished, and eventually I returned home to my apartment. Amber helped me settle back in, trying her best to make things feel normal again. But nothing felt the same. Even with Thomas behind bars, I still sensed his presence, a lingering shadow that refused to fade completely. Weeks passed, and gradually, life returned to something resembling normalcy. I started seeing a counselor, trying to work through the trauma of the last several weeks. It helped, slowly teaching me how to cope with the lingering fear, the nightmares, and the anxiety that still tightened my chest every night. Months later, Detective Carter called again. "Thomas was sentenced today," he said solemnly. 15 years without parole." "Good," I whispered, relief flooding me again. "Thank you for everything." "Take care of yourself," he said warmly. "You've been through enough." After the call, I stood in my living room, looking around at the apartment I'd almost abandoned. Amber arrived shortly after, bringing pizza and attempting a smile. "So, it's really over?" she asked cautiously. I nodded, finally able to say it aloud. "Yes, it's finally over." We ate together in comfortable silence, watching old movies and pretending life was normal again. By the time Amber left late that evening, I felt calmer than I had in months. Thomas was gone, locked away. It was time for me to reclaim my life. That night, I lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, feeling safe for the first time in forever. Just as sleep finally began to claim me, my phone buzzed gently. I jumped, heart racing immediately, panic surging back into my chest. Trembling, I reached for the phone, seeing another unknown number. But as I opened the message, confusion replaced fear. It was from Thomas Reed, likely sent through someone else. One final message before his prison sentence truly began. "I'm sorry." I stared at those two words for a long time, feeling a strange mixture of relief, confusion, and sadness. Whatever had driven him to torment me had finally broken. He had accepted responsibility, even if it was too late to change anything. I deleted the message, blocking the number immediately. Thomas was finally gone from my life, not just physically but mentally too. He no longer held power over me. As the weeks became months, and eventually turned into years, my life moved forward. I changed jobs, moved into a safer neighborhood, and continued counseling. Gradually, the nightmares faded, the anxiety lessened, and normal life returned. I rarely thought of Thomas Reed, and when I did, it was without fear. He was part of my past, a painful chapter that had finally closed. But even now, years later, the lessons stayed with me: the importance of resilience, the fragility of safety, and the strength I'd discovered in myself. Thomas had intended to break me, but instead, he'd taught me how to survive. In the end, he had taken many things from me: my job, my sense of security, my sleep, but he'd never managed to take away my will to reclaim my life. And that, more than anything, was my victory. I never believed the stories about the stairs. You hear things when you spend enough time in the outdoors. Old folklore, weird local legends. People talk about creatures in the woods, ghosts in abandoned towns, strange lights deep in the mountains. But the one that always stuck with me was the stairs. Random, isolated staircases in the middle of the forest, with no ruins, no buildings, nothing. Just steps leading up to nowhere. People say you shouldn't climb them. They say people disappear. Some come back, different. Some never come back at all. I thought it was bullshit, until the day I saw one for myself. It was supposed to be a simple hiking trip. Me and my best friend, Chris, had been planning it for weeks. 2 days out in Black Hollow Forest, camping overnight before looping back the next morning. Nothing extreme, just an escape from work, responsibilities, and the noise of everyday life. Chris was always the more experienced hiker between us. He knew how to read maps, make fires, and handle himself in the wild. I trusted him. So when we veered off trail, I didn't think much of it. We were about 5 miles deep into the forest when we spotted it. At first, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. The trees had thinned out in one section, creating a small clearing, and in the center of it, stairs, perfectly intact. They weren't ruins. They weren't crumbling. They looked solid, like they had been built yesterday. It was a short flight, maybe 12 steps total, leading up to nothing. No platform, no structure, just stairs standing alone in the woods. I stared, my stomach twisting with unease. Chris let out a low whistle. Holy shit. What the hell is that? I muttered. He took a step closer. You ever hear those stories about stairs in the woods? I forced a laugh. You mean the creepy internet posts? Yeah. Chris grinned. Think this is one of them? I shifted my weight. The clearing was too quiet. No birds. No wind rustling through the leaves. The air felt heavy. Dude, I said uneasily, let's just keep moving. But Chris wasn't listening. He took another step forward, eyes locked on the stairs. It's so weird, he murmured. It looks brand new. I felt my pulse pick up. Something about this felt wrong. I'm serious, man. Let's go, I said. Chris turned to me, his expression unreadable. Then, before I could stop him, he grinned and jumped onto the first step. I swore under my breath. Chris. What? He bounced on his heels. It's just stairs. Look. He climbed up to the second step, then the third. I forced a laugh, but my skin was crawling. All right, cool. You touched the spooky stairs. Let's move. Chris didn't move. He was staring at the top step now, like he was debating something. Chris, I said, come on. He looked down at me, smirking. What do you think happens if I go all the way up? I don't care. Let's go. He turned back toward the stairs. And then, before I could stop him, he climbed to the top. I blinked. For less than a second, I turned my head, just a quick glance toward the tree line. When I looked back, Chris was gone. I froze. My mouth went dry. The clearing was empty. The stairs were empty. No sound, no movement. Just the same silent, unnatural stillness. A chill ran down my spine. Chris? Nothing. I took a shaky step forward. Chris, quit screwing around. The air felt heavy, like the world was holding its breath. I swallowed hard. My brain tried to rationalize. I must have jumped down on the other side, maybe ran off as a joke, but I hadn't heard anything. No footsteps, no rustling leaves, just gone. I moved closer, heart pounding. Chris, my voice cracked, panic creeping in. I walked around the stairs, checking the other side. Nothing. I dropped to my knees, searching the ground for footprints. Nothing. It was like he had been erased. A sharp ringing filled my ears. I took a shaky breath, squeezing my hands into fists. Think. Maybe he ran ahead to mess with me. Maybe he was hiding. Maybe. A whisper cut through the air. low, breathless. It sounded like my name. I spun around, but the clearing was empty. The sound hadn't come from the trees. It had come from above me. I turned back toward the staircase, my stomach twisting into knots. The top step was empty, but for the first time I noticed something. The stairs weren't covered in dust. The rest of the forest floor was littered with fallen leaves, dirt, debris, but the stairs were spotless. Like they never got old, never got dirty. Like they weren't really part of this world. The whisper came again. A chill ran down my spine. I stumbled back, heart slamming against my ribs. And then, the worst part. A footprint appeared on the top step. I choked on a breath. One single footprint, fresh, pressed into the dustless surface. Like someone or something was still standing there. I ran. I didn't think. I just ran. Branches whipped against my arms as I crashed through the trees. My lungs burned, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Didn't stop running until I reached the road. Didn't stop until I was miles away from the stairs. Chris was gone, and I had no idea where he went. I don't remember how long I ran. The trees blurred together as I stumbled through the woods, branches whipping at my face. My legs burned, but I couldn't stop. I wouldn't stop. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to get as far away from that clearing as possible. Chris was gone, just gone, and I had left him. The thought made me slow down, gasping for air. My head was spinning, my body shaking from adrenaline and fear. I turned in a circle, trying to get my bearings, but everything looked the same: endless trees, endless shadows stretching between them. I had no idea where I was. Shit, I muttered under my breath, pressing my hands to my knees. Think. I needed to think. Chris couldn't have just disappeared. There had to be a logical explanation. Maybe I had hallucinated it. Maybe he had jumped off the stairs and taken off running, trying to mess with me. Maybe he was hiding somewhere nearby, laughing his ass off at how scared I looked. That sounded like Chris. It was the only explanation that made sense. I straightened, forcing my breath to slow. I had to go back. I had to find him. Even if the thought made my skin crawl. The woods felt different now. I couldn't explain it, but something about the air had changed. It was heavier, still, as if the entire forest was watching me. I swallowed hard and turned around, trying to retrace my steps. Every part of me screamed against it, but I had no choice. I had to find Chris. I wouldn't leave him behind. It took me almost an hour to find the clearing again. I hadn't realized how far I had run. My body was aching, my clothes damp with sweat, but the second I saw the stairs, every ounce of exhaustion vanished. The clearing looked exactly the same empty air where Chris should have been standing. The same spotless stairs, and the same single footprint on the top step. I stopped at the edge of the trees, my pulse hammering. I didn't want to get closer. I didn't even want to be this close. But I had no choice. I cupped my hands around my mouth. "Chris!" My voice echoed. Too loud. Too sharp. The forest swallowed the sound like a vacuum. No birds, no wind, just silence. My stomach clenched. "Chris," I tried again. Nothing. I forced myself forward, step by step, scanning the staircase. There was nowhere he could have gone. The trees weren't dense enough for him to hide, and there were no footprints leading away from the stairs. Just nothing. My breath hitched. It didn't make sense. I stepped closer, then closer. The air around the stairs felt colder, like I had just stepped into a freezer. I hesitated, then reached out and touched the railing. Freezing. Not like regular cold unnatural, like metal left outside in the dead of winter. I yanked my hand back, heart hammering. Something about this wasn't right. I stepped back, and that's when I heard it. A breath. Not mine. Not human. Just behind me. Slow, wet. I spun so fast I nearly fell. Nothing. The clearing was empty. But I could feel it. Something was standing right there. I bolted. I didn't care anymore. I ran harder than I ever had in my life, my lungs screaming for air. I crashed through the trees, blindly sprinting in the direction of the main road. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I made it back to town just after dark. My legs barely carried me to my truck, parked near the base of the trail. My hands shook as I fumbled with the keys, my heart pounding so hard it hurt. As soon as I got inside, I locked the doors and sat there, panting. I had no idea what to do. I wanted to call someone, but who? The police. What was I supposed to say? "Hi." My friend climbed some random stairs in the woods and vanished into thin air. They'd think I was crazy. I forced my breathing to slow. My entire body ached, my hands still trembling as I gripped the wheel. Chris was missing. I had to do something. But there was only one thing I could do. I started the truck, and I drove to the police station. Filing a missing person report was one of the worst experiences of my life. The officer taking my statement looked skeptical from the moment I started talking. "You're saying he vanished?" I swallowed hard. "Yes." "No sound, no struggle, just disappeared?" I nodded. The officer glanced at his partner, then back at me. "And you didn't see anyone else out there?" "No," I said firmly. "It was just us." He scribbled something down. "And this was in the clearing?" "Yes, near." I hesitated. "Near the stairs." I knew how it would sound. The officer raised an eyebrow. "Near what?" I forced myself to say it. "A staircase." He paused. "A staircase?" I nodded. "Just in the middle of the woods. No building, no ruins, just stairs." Silence. The officer's face didn't change, but something in his posture shifted. like he recognized what I was talking about. "Right," he said finally. "We'll send out a search team." His voice was careful. Too careful. I frowned. "You've heard of them, haven't you?" He didn't answer right away. Then, after a beat, he let out a slow sigh and leaned forward. "I've heard a lot of stories," he admitted. "People finding stairs in the woods, people disappearing." My stomach turned. He ran a hand over his face. "Here's what I'll tell you. Don't go back out there. If you see anything strange, stay away." I swallowed hard. "And Chris?" The officer hesitated. "We'll find him." But something in his voice didn't sound convinced. I left the station feeling worse than before. Something was wrong. Chris was gone, and the cops knew something they weren't telling me. I barely slept that night. I just couldn't. I kept checking my phone, waiting for a call, an update, anything. But nothing came. By morning, I had made up my mind. I wasn't going to just sit here. I was going to find Chris myself. I packed a bag, grabbed a flashlight, and drove back to Black Hollow Forest. I had no idea what I was walking into, but I knew one thing. I wasn't leaving without him. I shouldn't have come back. Even as I parked at the trailhead, the weight of my decision settled deep in my chest like a stone. I had barely slept the night before, but no amount of exhaustion could dull the one thought racing through my head. Chris is still out there. The cops were looking, but I knew they weren't going to find him, not unless they were willing to look at the stairs. And from the way that officer had reacted last night, I had a sinking feeling they weren't. I had no choice. I had to do it myself. I checked my gear flashlight, extra batteries, a hunting knife I barely knew how to use, and a length of rope I wasn't even sure I needed. It wasn't much, but it was better than nothing. The woods were different today. They felt heavier. The moment I stepped off the trail and into the trees, I felt it, that eerie, unnatural silence. No birds, no wind, just the sound of my own footsteps crunching on leaves. Like the forest was waiting for me. I swallowed hard and kept moving. It took me half the time to reach the clearing today. Maybe it was adrenaline, or maybe I had just memorized the way. But the second I stepped into the open space and saw those stairs again, my stomach twisted into knots. They were exactly the same. Untouched, unchanged. No dust, no leaves, no sign that anything had happened here at all. No sign of Chris. I stopped at the edge of the clearing, my breath shallow. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to turn back, to pretend I had never come here. But I couldn't. I had to know. Slowly, I stepped forward. The air was colder here, just like before. My skin prickled as I approached the stairs. The closer I got, the more my body resisted, like some unseen force was pushing back against me. I ignored it. I placed a foot on the bottom step. Nothing happened. I let out a shaky breath, forcing myself to move. Second step. Third. The railing was freezing under my hand. I kept my eyes locked on the top step, my muscles coiled tight. I half expected something to reach out and grab me. Or worse, for Chris to suddenly be there, staring at me with empty eyes. I reached the top. My pulse pounded in my ears. I turned in a slow circle. And nothing. Just the clearing stretching out around me, the same trees, the same silence. I felt stupid. What did I expect? That I'd step onto the last stair and suddenly be in another world? That I'd find Chris standing here, waiting? I exhaled sharply and stepped down. The second my foot left the top step, something whispered my name. I froze. It wasn't loud, barely more than a breath, but I heard it. I swallowed, heart hammering. My gaze darted across the trees, but the clearing was still empty. The whisper came again. Ethan. My blood turned to ice. Chris. It sounded like Chris. I turned toward the trees. He was there, standing just past the tree line, barely visible between the branches. His clothes were dirty, his face pale, his hair hanging over his eyes, but it was him. My throat tightened. Chris? He didn't answer. He just stood there, watching me. I took a step forward. My legs felt unsteady, my whole body buzzing with adrenaline. Chris, what the hell happened? Still, he didn't move. I got closer. His eyes were wrong. Dark, hollow, like he wasn't really looking at me. A deep, sinking feeling settled in my chest. Something wasn't right. Chris, my voice wavered. His mouth twitched, like he was trying to smile. But he didn't. Instead, he whispered, "I found it." The hair on the back of my neck rose. "Found what?" I asked carefully. Chris tilted his head just slightly. The way back. The way back. I swallowed hard. My hands were clammy, my pulse thundering in my ears. I felt like I was standing on the edge of something I didn't understand. Chris took a step forward, and for the first time, I saw his footprints. They weren't normal. The ground beneath his feet was untouched. No leaves crunched, no dirt shifted. It was like he wasn't even standing on the ground. A bolt of fear shot through me. Something was very, very wrong. I stepped back. Chris. His face changed. Not physically, but something about it shifted. Like he wasn't wearing it right. I backed up further. Stay there. His expression didn't change. Then he spoke again. "You should come with me." My stomach dropped. A flicker of movement caught my eye. Behind Chris, deeper in the trees, more figures, standing in the shadows, watching. I couldn't make out their faces, but I could feel them, like they had been waiting for me too. Chris smiled. "Come see," he whispered. I ran. I turned and sprinted so hard my vision blurred, my breath coming in short gasps. I didn't look back. I couldn't. The forest shifted around me. The trees looked different, warped, like the landscape was bending in ways it shouldn't. I could hear footsteps behind me. Too many. Not just Chris. The others, too. I nearly collapsed when I saw my truck up ahead, parked right where I left it. My fingers fumbled with the door handle, my breath ragged as I threw myself inside. I locked the doors, forced myself to look up. The forest was still. Chris was gone. So were the others. The clearing was empty. I sat there, hands gripping the steering wheel, trying to stop shaking. It felt like I had almost stepped off a cliff without realizing it. Like I had barely made it back. But Chris hadn't. And whatever had come back wasn't him. I started the truck and drove. I didn't stop until I was miles away. But I knew this wasn't over. I didn't stop driving until I reached my apartment. I don't even remember the drive. My hands were white-knuckled on the wheel the whole way, my breath coming in short gasps. Even when I got inside, I didn't feel safe. I locked the door, deadbolt, chain, then I shoved a chair under the handle for good measure. And I sat there, staring at the door. Waiting. For what? I wasn't sure. For Chris to show up, for the nightmare to keep going, or for me to finally wake up and realize I had imagined everything. Because that was the only logical explanation, right? People don't just disappear into thin air. They don't come back wrong. But deep down, I knew. I hadn't imagined it. Something was out there. And it was wearing my friend's face. The police called me the next morning. They had found Chris. Or rather, Chris had found them. According to the report, he had walked into a gas station at dawn, barefoot and covered in dirt. He was disoriented, dehydrated, and couldn't explain where he had been for the last 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I had only seen him yesterday. My stomach twisted as I listened to the detective on the phone. They wanted me to come down to the hospital where they were keeping him. I didn't want to go. Every nerve in my body told me to stay away. But he was my best friend, and I had to know the truth. Chris looked like hell. His skin was pale, his hair messy and unwashed. Dark circles sat under his eyes, and there were scratches all over his arms. When he saw me, his face lit up. "Ethan," he croaked. I hesitated in the doorway. I wanted to be happy. I wanted to believe this was really him. But I couldn't forget the last time I had seen his face. Chris frowned. "Dude, why are you looking at me like that?" I swallowed. "Where were you?" Chris hesitated. His gaze flickered to the window, then back to me. "I don't know," he admitted. "I remember walking up the stairs and then nothing. It's like I blinked, and suddenly it's 2 weeks later." I shivered. "You don't remember anything?" He rubbed the back of his neck, shaking his head. "Just," he hesitated, his brow furrowing. "Just flashes, like dreams. A dark forest, a lot of voices, and..." His jaw tightened. "And what?" I pressed. Chris swallowed hard. And I think something was with me. The air in the hospital room felt too still. I stared at him, my stomach knotting. Chris exhaled and ran a hand through his hair. Look, man, I know how it sounds, but I felt it, the whole time, like something was watching me, like it was just out of sight, but I knew it was there. A chill ran down my spine. I didn't say anything, because I had felt it too. Chris gave me a tired smile. But I'm here now, right? I forced myself to nod, but I didn't believe it. The doctors said Chris was physically fine, malnourished, dehydrated, but otherwise okay. Mentally, they weren't so sure. Neither was I, because something was off. It was little things at first. The way he hesitated before answering questions, the way his gaze lingered too long in mirrors, the way he flinched at certain words, like his brain wasn't used to hearing them. But the worst part, Chris didn't remember me calling the police. I walked out of the woods on my own, he told me one night, frowning. But that's not possible, I said. I saw you. I ran from you. Chris shook his head. Ethan, I just woke up on a road outside town. That's it. A pit formed in my stomach. Then who did I see in the woods? I didn't ask. I didn't want to know. Chris was discharged a week later. He tried to go back to normal, but he wasn't the same. He was quieter, jittery. Sometimes I'd catch him staring at things that weren't there. He never went near the woods again, and neither did I. For a while, I thought that was it, the end of whatever had happened out there. Until one night, a month later, when Chris called me. His voice was shaking. Ethan, he whispered, I remember now. My breath caught in my throat. Chris let out a shaky laugh. God, man, I wish I didn't. I gripped my phone. Chris, what do you mean? Silence. Then, in the softest voice, he said, I wasn't alone up there. A chill crawled down my spine. Chris exhaled. I don't know what it was, but it was there. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it, feel it. It whispered to me. It told me things. I didn't realize I was holding my breath. Chris swallowed hard. And Ethan. Yeah? His voice dropped to a whisper. It let me go. My blood ran cold. Chris's breathing was shaky on the other end of the line. I don't know why, but it did, he continued. I thought I escaped, thought I made it out, but what if? His voice broke. What if it just followed me back? I couldn't speak. The line went dead. I sat there, the dial tone buzzing in my ear, my hands clammy and shaking. I wanted to call him back. I wanted to tell him it was just trauma, just paranoia. But I couldn't. Because deep down, I knew Chris had come back. But maybe not all of him had. I never saw the stairs again. A few months later, I went back to the forest just to check. The clearing was empty. No stairs, no footprints, Nothing, like it had never been there at all. I stood there for a long time, listening to the wind rustle through the trees. I should have felt relief, but I didn't, because in the back of my mind, I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still out there, waiting for someone else to find them, for someone else to climb, and for whatever waits at the top to bring them back wrong. I had been driving all night, the kind of shift where the city feels like a different place, quieter, darker, the streets stretching endlessly beneath flickering yellow streetlights. The rides were mostly the same, tired bartenders heading home, couples too drunk to drive, office workers staring dead-eyed at their phones, wishing they were anywhere but in my back seat. By 2:30 a.m., I was ready to be done. Then the last request popped up. No profile picture, no name, just Rider A. The pickup point was on the edge of downtown, near a strip of old buildings slated for demolition. I almost ignored it. The place was mostly abandoned now, businesses closing one by one, the city swallowing the land for new development. But the payout was good, too good. So I accepted. I pulled up to the curb. The street was empty. No bars, no lights, just rows of old storefronts with boarded-up windows. The kind of place you didn't hang around after dark. I checked the app. No messages. I waited. 3 minutes passed. Just as I was about to cancel, the back door opened. The man slid in quickly. I jumped a little. I hadn't even seen him approach. "Hey," I said, forcing a casual tone. "You Rider A?" No response. He was wearing a long black coat, the kind that swallowed his frame. His hands rested in his lap, long fingers too still. A black hat covered most of his face, shadow swallowing his features. Something felt off. I glanced at him in the rearview mirror. "Where are you headed?" He didn't answer. Then finally, his voice calm, almost mechanical. "Lincoln Street." Something in my stomach twisted. Lincoln Street was nowhere near here. It was on the other side of the city. An old neighborhood, mostly abandoned now. I had only driven through there once or twice, but I remembered it wasn't a place you went at night. "You sure?" I asked. "That's kind of far, almost outside the city limits." The man didn't move, didn't blink, just repeated flatly, "Lincoln Street." I should have canceled the ride. I should have told him to get out. But instead, I sighed and shifted into drive. The payout was good, too good. I took one last glance at him in the mirror. Something in my chest tightened. The streetlights flickered as we pulled away. The ride was quiet, too quiet. Most passengers fidget. They scroll through their phones, hum to the radio, adjust their seatbelts, something. But this guy, nothing. No movement, no sounds. Just stillness. The longer we drove, the heavier the air in the car became. I could feel it in my chest, thick and pressing, like the space had somehow shrunk without me noticing. I kept glancing at him in the rearview mirror. His head was slightly tilted downward, shadow covering most of his face. The brim of his hat was low, but I could just barely see his mouth. He wasn't smiling, wasn't frowning either. His expression was void, like a person caught between moments, like someone who had forgotten they were supposed to be alive. The streetlights passed in streaks of orange, flashing against the windshield, against his face. I cleared my throat. "So, been out late?" No answer. I gripped the wheel a little tighter. Just visiting someone? Nothing. Work? Silence. I exhaled sharply through my nose, shaking my head. All right, man, cool. Maybe he was just drunk, or high. Maybe he was mute, or maybe he just didn't want to talk. Fine by me. I turned up the radiolo, just enough to fill the void. Static. I frowned, glancing at the screen. The signal had died, which didn't make sense. I knew this part of the city. There was no reason for the station to cut out. I tried switching channels. More static. I glanced at the rearview mirror again. The man hadn't moved. Not once. Something cold crept down my spine. I faced forward again. Just drive. The buildings thinned as we moved into the older part of town, streetlights flickering weakly above the cracked pavement. Lincoln Street wasn't a place people went anymore. It used to be a nice neighborhood, decades ago, but time had taken it. Families moved out. The city forgot about it. Now, it was mostly boarded-up houses and empty lots. I had only been out here once before, and that was during the day. It was eerie even then. At night? It felt wrong. Like the air was thicker, like the houses were watching. The closer we got, the more uneasy I felt. My fingers tightened on the wheel. Almost there, I muttered, more to myself than him. The turn onto Lincoln Street was sharp, the road uneven under my tires. The houses were exactly how I remembered them dead. Broken windows, graffiti, a few streetlights struggling to stay alive. And then, his voice. Low, flat. Here. I blinked. We had barely entered the street. I slowed down. Which house? The man didn't move. Didn't gesture. Just said, here. I let the car roll to a stop. The house in front of us was the worst one on the block. Not just abandoned. Condemned. The front door was missing. A half-ripped police notice fluttered against the wood. The windows were shattered, their gaping holes like black, empty eyes. The entire place looked wrong, like it didn't want to be seen. I frowned. Are you sure? No answer. I turned to look at him, and my stomach dropped. The back seat was empty. The door hadn't opened. I hadn't heard anything. But he was gone. The seat belt was still buckled. I froze. A chill ran up my arms, my breath coming fast. I twisted around fully, shoving the seat forward. Nothing. No sign of him. I whipped my head back toward the house. The door was open now, swinging slightly in the breeze. I reached for my phone, my fingers trembling. No service. The screen flickered. I swore under my breath. Something was wrong. So fucking wrong. I hit the lock button on my doors. Clunk. Then slowly I reached for the gear shift. A sharp bang rang out. I jumped. The sound had come from behind me. From the trunk. I sat there, frozen, my breath too loud. Bang. Again. From inside the car. Like something was inside my trunk, trying to get out. I swallowed hard, my heartbeat hammering against my ribs. This isn't real. But it was. Another bang louder this time. I wasn't going to check. I wasn't that kind of person. I threw the car into drive and peeled out of there, tires screeching against the pavement. My hands were slick with sweat, my knuckles white on the wheel. The road twisted and turned, my headlights barely illuminating the broken pavement ahead. I didn't stop. Not until I hit the freeway. Not until I saw the familiar glow of the city ahead. Only then did I pull over. My hands were shaking so badly, I could barely put the car in park. The silence inside the car felt too loud. I glanced at my phone. Full service now. Like nothing had ever happened. I let out a shaky breath. Get out. I turned off the engine and stepped into the cold night air, my breath coming fast, uneven. I walked to the back of the car, my hands trembling. Don't do this. But I had to. I gripped the trunk handle and pressed the release. The latch clicked. The trunk swung open. Empty. Nothing inside. Just my emergency kit, a spare tire. No sign of anything. I stood there, staring, my mind racing. I wasn't crazy. I heard it. I felt it. Something had been in there. Or something had left. I slammed the trunk shut, my heart still pounding. I needed to go home. I needed to forget this ever happened. But as I climbed back into the driver's seat, I noticed something. My ride history. The trip wasn't there. No record of Rider A. No pickup. No drop-off. Like the ride had never existed. Like he had never existed. My fingers trembled as I closed the app. Put the car in drive. And slowly, without looking back, I drove home. I drove home in silence, gripping the wheel so tight my fingers ached. The city lights came into view, warm, familiar, safe, but they didn't comfort me. Nothing did. I couldn't stop replaying what had happened. The ride, the empty back seat, the banging in the trunk. And the worst part? The ride was never booked. I pulled into my apartment's parking lot and cut the engine. My breath was uneven, my skin damp with sweat. I forced myself to stay seated, gripping the wheel until my pulse stopped thundering in my ears. Maybe I was losing it. Maybe I was just tired. I had been driving for hours. Could I have imagined it? Number. I heard the footsteps. I heard the door open. I felt him in the car. I swallowed hard, staring at my phone screen. The app was still open, the ride history sitting there empty. But then, a notification. One I hadn't seen before. A pending trip review. My stomach twisted. I tapped on it with shaky fingers. There was no passenger name, no location, just one option. Rate your ride with Rider A. The rating screen glowed at me, waiting. 5 empty stars. I stared at it, my body suddenly ice cold. This wasn't real. I pressed 1 star just to see what would happen. The screen flickered. Then a new message appeared. A text. From Rider A. Thank you for the ride. I nearly dropped the phone. My pulse slammed against my ribs. I had to be dreaming. Another message popped up. I enjoyed our time together. My stomach turned. A final message. Let's do it again soon. I threw the phone down. My breathing was shallow, chest tight with something I couldn't even name. Number no, no, no. I grabbed the device, my fingers shaking, and checked the number. Unknown. I opened the chat, nothing was there. The messages were gone. The review request was gone. I exhaled sharply, rubbing my face. I was tired. I needed sleep. That's all this was. I locked my car and made my way inside. Sleep didn't come easy. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the back seat, the empty space where he had been. The dream came just before dawn. I was back in the car, driving. The city was gone. The streets stretched endlessly, lined with houses that had no windows, no doors, just dark, gaping holes. I gripped the wheel, trying to stop, but I couldn't. My hands wouldn't move. Then, a whisper from the back seat, soft, amused. "You pick me up." My breath hitched. I looked in the mirror. A man sat in the back seat, but it wasn't him. His face was blurred, flickering, like static on an old television. "I like this game," he said. I tried to wake up, tried to jerk myself out of it, but the dream held me there. The man leaned forward, his face shifting, morphing, trying to form something recognizable. "You'll pick me up again, won't you?" I woke up gasping. The next day, I deleted the app. I told myself that was enough. That if I just stopped driving, if I stopped picking people up, I would be safe. But I knew deep down that wasn't true. Because later that night, when I got back in my car to run errands, the seatbelt in the back was still buckled. I never picked up another passenger again. But sometimes, when I drive alone at night, I hear the seat creak. I hear breathing behind me. And when I glance in the rearview mirror, for just a second, I see a shape in the back seat, waiting.